I see people who
Yeah.
have been enjoying last night.
All right. Hi, everyone. We wait for another 3 minutes and start. Okay? Thank you.
I've got a backlog of work to finish when I get back, but other than that, fantastic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. We are about to start, so I would like to invite you to take a seat. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for coming today. This is our third day of our summit. It's our public event. This time we are also focused on our shift our focus to China EU attention, China EU relationship. That's the main purpose we gathering today. Today is a public event. So we are invite and open up, invited some media to come in and also join us online. So there's some around 40 international media got a register and they probably watch the live stream today. So first, I want to introduce our host today. It's Andrew Small from the GMF. He's a senior transatlantic fellow for Asia program of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. He's also helped establish the Asia program. His new book is Rapture, China and the Global Race for the Future. He's an expert for the China-US and the China-EU relationship. And also he will introduce our honor guest, Andrew.
Okay, working. Yes, it is. Okay, well, welcome everyone, and thanks TTCAT for the introduction. And just to say, I mean, on behalf of GMF, we have been really delighted to be associated with this conference. We helped a little bit on the margins, but it's been a fantastic job that Doublethink have done, and we've been really very happy to see so many of you here in Berlin. For this discussion on China and Europe, China and Germany, we couldn't be happier to have the person who's sitting with me here today. Frank Müller-Rosentritt is going to be a fantastic interlocutor to be able to make sense of all the complexities of the German debate on China right now. He has a particularly interesting vantage point on this, not only from his party, one of the members of the coalition government, his vantage point on the Foreign Affairs Committee, his vantage point as the with responsibility specifically for China and Asia for the party, but also he was involved in the coalition negotiations, the complex process on the foreign policy side of reaching reconciliation between three parties with quite different views on these issues. This is one of the issues that I hope to kind of push on to help make sense of what's going on with that. He's the member of the German Bundestag for Saxony. Welcome. Delighted you were able to join us this morning. I'd like to begin by seeing if you can just give a bit of context for people who are sitting watching the German-China debate from a distance, who watch Chancellor Scholz's visit. I think it can be difficult to make sense of how far the debates here have really moved in Germany on China in recent years. I wonder if you can kind of explain that to the group here and watching online. It feels like it's been quite a significant transition in the last period, even if not always reflected as fully in policy yet, which we'll get into. But I wonder if you can just kind of give a bit of context for how the debates here on China have really developed.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction, and good morning, everybody. I heard you had a nice party today evening, so I totally can accept that not everybody is still here yet, because I know a lot of conferences, international conferences, and I know that it's not that easy to wake up in the morning, especially if you had a big party, and party is also very important. So let me start with your question. I see, and I hope you see it too, that China view in Germany changed massively in the last years, especially since we have the new coalition. The coalition is not every time that easy, you know, but when it comes to foreign policy, especially when it comes to dictatorships, when it comes to communist regimes, and then we did a very big transformation you mentioned already. So if you come back to the 16 years of Angela Merkel, our former chancellor, you have to recognize that Angela Merkel feel very well with dictatorships. So you see how often she was in Russia, how often she was personally together with Putin, how often she was in China, and you see I picked the figures out. Angela Merkel was 13 times in China, and only 3 times in India, and more or less in Japan. And the last official member of a government has been in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, was Michael Kloos. Michael Kloos, everybody is a little bit longer on the political knows how many years this ago Michael Kloos was Minister of Economic Affairs. So I think it's 16 years, 8. So and this is I think this is the view if it comes to the old government that we let our democratic partners in the world, especially in Asia, alone. Because if you see, I'm very often in the region there, and the most asked question to me is, where's Germany and where's Europe? And they said, and I say, okay, because that's what we want to change. We changed it now, that we have to blow up diplomatic firework in the democratic countries in Asia, because they have to learn that there is an advantage if you become a democracy. If you go on track to become a democracy, you have to have an advantage, and the advantage is, for example, you're very close to Germany. You're very close. Your government can be very close to the EU, and but what they recognize in the past? They see, okay, I can be on the track to democracy. I can have a very diverse parliament like Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, and what is the result? Nobody cares about me. They go to the dictatorships, to the communist regime, to China, and we want to change it, and we change it. And you mentioned already, I was part of the team who had the coalition. Verhandlung.
Negotiation.
Yes, of the coalition negotiation process, and we changed it, and it was the first official document in Germany from a government who criticized China. And we, as the first official document, we write down 2 sentences about Taiwan. So, and we called it Democratic Taiwan in an official document of the Federal Republic of Germany. And this is a huge change.
So then the question is, in a sense, the coalition negotiations came out with some, as you say, quite strong language. There's been the feeling of this kind of shift underway. Then we see this recent visit from Chancellor Scholz. We see the decisions on Hamburg Port. We see, I sit and read the Foreign Affairs piece by the Chancellor the other day, and we hear some quite different kind of countervailing debates around what the Russian invasion of Ukraine means for China policy. There's one version that, for instance, says we must not make the same mistakes again. We must not repeat the dependencies on China. And there's another view that you hear that says, we have so much to deal with at the same time. We have this war, we have an economic crisis, the economy is fragile. We can't take on the China issue. We have to be extremely cautious, we have to go slowly, don't rock the boat. You see the opinion pieces from a lot of the German CEOs. How do you see this moving at the moment? How far, if I was to look at that coalition document and I was to then look at the op-ed, the Foreign Affairs piece by Chancellor Scholz, I don't see that fully reflected in the document.
Yes, analysis is right. Because we are 3 partners in the coalition, and I think when it comes to China and Russia, the party is farthest away from our position, from the Green and from the Liberal position, is the Social Democrat Party. So you have to not to recognize, but you have to see, and you see it. They are not that much agree with all points we wrote down in the first stage of the coalition contract. So, and now the Chancellor, of course, Chancellor Scholz is Social Democrat, and of course, he personally has the chance to bring his own behavior in this, and this own behavior can be a little bit another than the coalition contract. And so I criticized very, very hard and openly in the press everywhere that the deal with Hamburger Hafen is it's bullshit, because otherwise we could never a German company would be never allowed to do the same in Shanghai or in Shenzhen, never. And we do it like on former times. So this is, I think it was and it is a very big mistake. So when it comes to our chip industry and so much more, we have to have very open eyes to see everything, and you have to have a China experience, but not a China experience the Confucius Institute give us in Germany, but the China Institute Americs and you, for example, give us and so it's not that easy. So the trip to China from our Chancellor Scholz, yes, I criticize it too, but you have also to recognize it was the last P5 country he visited. And for a chancellor of such a big country like Germany, this is a very strong diplomatic sign. And I work in the Committee for Foreign Affairs, so diplomatic is our DNA, of course. And you see, he visited every country first, Japan, all other P5, and the last P5 is China. Angela Merkel did it exactly in the wrong other way. They visit first, okay, maybe France, and the second is not Japan or Delhi, or the second is China, for example. And so he changed also his behavior. And if you see now the strategy in the foreign affairs, the new China strategy, you see how strong how strong this swift in our behavior when it comes to China is.
So I wondered if you could then talk on that, since you raised the China strategy. There is due to be a new and kind of really the first official public China strategy released by Germany next year, in some way in conjunction with the national security strategy, depending on the timing. You've seen the draft. You're aware of, at least, and it leaked. I think for anyone who's watching, some of the material has been in the press in Germany as well. This is then supposed to be where these debates in one way come together. The draft that's there is from the foreign ministry. What do you expect to be the key points that really emerge from this, and what do you see, and what do you like, and what are you concerned about in the strategy that's there so far, the draft?
Yes, unfortunately, right now it's a secret document, so unfortunately you cannot talk about a document nobody knows. Yes, of course we have the chance as a parliamentarian to go in a secret room with a special code to see them. No cell phone, and you can only read, and after that you have to keep it there. And yes, so because it's a first draft, but I can promise you, I like the draft. And because it's the first time the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did really deeply think about our relationship when it comes to China. And in comparison to our former government, there's not only a dimension of partnership in the relationship, there is also a big dimension of rival. There's a big dimensionship of how we deal with autocratic states, and a very big dimension also to dependencies. And we are not that far like Japan. They have their own ministry for economic securities. So they look very clearly where are our dependencies, where are our dependencies on raw materials, where are our energy dependencies, and they see, and we in Germany, we wrote it down in the coalition contract term, but we have to first write down to analyze our dependencies, where we have dependencies. Right now we are totally blind. So we see not where we have the dependencies. Now, okay, the first research is started, and then we can identify something. If, for example, gallium, we import nearly 100% from our gallium from China, and gallium is the most important raw material for gallium silicium wafers. So for the new for the 5G and all for all of the modern chips, and we produce this gallium arsenide wafer. We produce them in Saxony, in Germany, and 40% of all gallium arsenide wafers all over the world came from Germany, from Saxony. And if we have no gallium, there are no chips. And we have a gallium mine in Germany, in North Germany, and 5-6 years ago we closed this mine. And now I asked the government whether we can reopen it, because then we are independent. It's very easy. But then we have a lot of issues and challenges with climate issues, and can we do this or not? And so we have to rebalance what is in something more important, to become more independent to climate action. And so this is it's not that easy, but I think in some special things we have to focus more on how we can become independent than the last meter of climate action.
So, I mean, one of the critiques, of course, is that whatever the policies are that are decided, some of the major companies just decide to do their own thing anyway, and are still having a kind of heavy hand on influencing the decisions on some of the big questions, including on this dependencies issue. There was a report from one German institute, I think earlier this year, talking about the fact that, at least for some companies, they were not reducing dependency at all. They were deepening it. I think it was called full speed in the wrong direction. Talking about, and we're now, it feels like there's been a move from this much wider cluster of companies deepening their involvement to a smaller subset. Certainly, we have BASF, we have Siemens, we have Volkswagen. We have a few of the key companies now who are involved in this, but we've seen even the proposals from the economics ministry to suggest at least not providing government support, at least not providing certain guarantees, at least slowing this down, at least kind of not deepening this, but we still see the companies kind of pushing ahead with that. I wondered if you could kind of comment on that. And we've seen their public defenses of this in opinion pieces in the German press as well, and it reflects the context that we're in, that they are having to make the case in this way, and you certainly hear that some of them feel on the back foot on this, and we've seen the debates move at the BDI and in wider German industry. But I wondered if you could comment on how the key companies here, which clearly do represent a large part of German industry, are seeing these issues, are relating to what feels like the change in the wider consensus on dependencies and the economic relationship with China, or how far they're just going to kind of dig in and resist, and we're going to see the same results in another couple of years as we're seeing at the moment.
Yes, this is a very big question, and the answer is not that easy. But I can say, as a liberal guy, of course, I'm not a fan from regulation from the government. So I think the most important thing is that the entrepreneurs, the business guys, can do their own decision without the government say no, 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 no. So because this is a miracle of a free market. But if the market works, and I'm pretty sure it works, we see, and I was on the Asia Pacific conference 3 weeks ago in Singapore, and there were more than 600 CEOs from our small and medium-sized companies from Germany in Singapore to speak about how we deal with China. And this analysis in this moment is right if it comes to the big companies like BASF and so. And you see, we have right now more than 200 billion euro trade between two countries. So this is after the US, the second largest trading partner of Germany. So you cannot decoupling it stupidly. No, that it's not possible. And I think decoupling is also not the right way. But, and now I come back to the market. Of course, the CEOs of our companies have to look, what does this amazing big China exposure in their balance sheet means? How big are the risks in the balance sheets? And there's one example. I've spoken with a very high-ranked manager from Deutsche Bank, and I worked also for Deutsche Bank for more than 15 years. So I have also the banker's view on the balance sheet. And now the companies, especially in Eastern Germany, in my constituency, where I am from, a lot of companies, because the history with the Soviet Union, the companies are very successful. So the companies were very successful. They were very successful because they have a very big exposure with Russia. So this is a niche where they are, where they operate. And now, of course, because the sanction, because the war, they lost a lot of revenues. And now, this companies looks with a completely another view in their balance sheet and look, okay, I have dependencies from China, my balance sheet from maybe from Russia, maybe 40%. And now they look how many revenues I do with China. Okay, 50%, 40%, 30%. And then they ask, and if the CEO not ask, I'm pretty sure sometimes the bank will ask the question, what will happen? What will happen if, I hope not, China is doing some crazy thing with Taiwan? And the world has to give the same sanction to China like now in Russia. What is going? How is the impact of your balance sheet? How is the impact of your revenues? And then in this moment, the CEO wake up, and they think, wow, I never thought about this, but you are totally right. If China becomes the same sanction like Russia, I'm bankrupt. I cannot do my business. And so we have to diversify our markets. We have to diversify our supply chains. And this is the debate we have now in the small and medium-sized companies. And yes, and I was in Singapore at the Asian Pacific conference, and the most important thing was how we can diversify our supply chains, how we can diversify our production lines. Is it the best solution to build the second or the third fab in Shanghai, or should we do the first fab after China, also in India, Malaysia, or in Vietnam, or also? And this is and those questions everybody was asking in these 3 days. And for the region, for the ASEAN states, they're all crazy states in the ASEAN states, but we have a lot of very, very beautiful and good government states there. And the next question is, when we decide China plus X, for example, so we have China, but we have to diversify, then we have to think the next step where we have to go. Is it Vietnam? It's India? It's Malaysia? And we have to strengthen our relationship definitely with Japan. And this was a very good thing of Olaf Scholz that the first trip was to Japan, and this was we have the government consultation bilateral with Japan and Berlin, and so it's very important. And if you come to Japan, I was 4 weeks ago. I was in Tokyo, and you see this is also. If you see on the globe, you see in north they have the neighbor Russia, in the east and the west they have the neighbor China, and in the south they have the neighbor North Korea. So they have the same challenges like Germany, but very close, much more closer than we have it in Germany. And so we can much more learn from Japan and from Taiwan, and we have to be there, we have to be in Taiwan, we have to be in Japan, we have to be in South Korea to learn how they handle their relationship with China and how they secure their economy.
So I'd like to open this up in a second if people can kind of think about questions in the room. But one more question jumping off from one of the points you were making about your exchange on Taiwan. I wondered if you might just say a word about both dimensions on the relationship with Taiwan. Firstly, the question of, is it possible to do deterrence better with China on Taiwan than we were able to do with Russia on Ukraine? We ended up, the sanctions you talked about with Russia, we ended up surprising ourselves by how strong they were, but then that meant that Russia was expecting them to come in, and China was certainly expecting them to come in at a lower level, central banking sanctions and some of these things. Is that something where we are able to send a different message to China now as a result? Are we doing an effective job of communicating that to China right now? But I mean, the relationship with Taiwan, of course, should not just be defined by war and some of these contingencies. As you mentioned, in the coalition agreement, and widely in the government, it feels like there is more space now for the relationship with Taiwan to be upgraded in different ways. I wonder if you might say a word on how you're seeing that moving as well.
Yes. I think the war in Ukraine changed everything. So, not Herrn Mützenich. Herr Mützenich is the leader of the party, the Social Democratic Party group. His Zeitenwende takes a little bit tight, so he needs more time for his Zeitenwende. So, and because yes, but the majority in the parliament, but very far right and very far left, they're stupid when it comes to Russia and when it comes to China. But the center parties, center left, center right, all center parties changed their view after the war rapidly. And because they see that the people, researchers, scientific guys, say, it can be true. It can be happen. So war is not. It's not unimpossible, and we see it. And we have the intelligence service. We saw it, but nobody listened to it. And even if the intelligence service open his information to the press, we didn't believe it. I believe it, but a lot of people said no. And then they see what's going on. And now we have a complete another debate when it comes to China and Taiwan, because now they see what's going on there. And okay, have a very special relationship to Taiwan. I'm very engaged in information. And if we see right now in Taiwan that we have not only ships but in the street of Taiwan, that we, the first time of history, have the Chinese the Chinese Navy also in the Pacific, in East Taiwan, then we see things change. But this is also true. China, I think, did not expect how strong we as democracies are, because one of the one tactic of the communist regime is to divide democracies. They used our weakness of the system, that we have a pluralistic system, that we have a vibrant debate, and of course in debate everybody can say what you want. And for a communist regime, it looks like we are not one opinion. Of course we're not one opinion, because we debate, redebate, and debate and redebate. And they think, okay, this it's not that what my understanding how I lead a state. Because I have no debate. I say one direction, everybody is follow me. And so they thought they can use they can use our weakness of democracies, but now I think Xi Jinping was totally surprised how strong we can together if it comes to special times. And so not only it's not only Europe and the US, it's the global, I think the global West. It's also Australia, it's Taiwan, it's Malaysia, it's Japan, South Korea. And the price for inviting Taiwan is getting so high because our closeness together in our democracy that Xi Jinping said, maybe he can think about, no, maybe it's not the best idea to take Taiwan, because I could not survive it. And you see it also in the way how China now deal with Russia. I think Putin thought he could plan the amount of weapons from China because they had them, and they did not. We have no knowledge about any weapon delivery from China to Russia, because see how high is the price. And so I think it's changed, and I would love that we change our behavior to Taiwan, that we have we can have the officers from Taiwan here in Germany in our army to teach. We can have much more exchange, youth exchange, much more exchange also with the parliamentarians, and so we have to do much more together, because as Germany we can so much from Taiwan, because maybe you know Audrey Tang. Do you know Audrey Tang? Is, of course, yes. And when I met Audrey in Taiwan, and she was also here in Germany, and I see how they deal with fake news, for example, and how we deal with fake news. It's a completely another way, and we can learn so much from Taiwan how we can deal with these communist regimes, because you have the same dependencies, much higher than Germany. But they have a plan. And so we have to support Taiwan, and say in every speech we have. But the first thing is we have to recognize how strong and how crazy the communist regime is, and that the regime in China is. We have to understand it, and I think we didn't understand it in the past, how the communist regime managed the world.
Thanks very much. Any questions from?
Thank you very much. So after the invasion of Ukraine, there was discussion that was being reported in the English language news about Germany increasing its defense spending and starting to rethink its defense strategy, which was previously quite reliant on the United States. So, but then I remember noticing some news about how that had been sort of the original conception of how Germany would change had been reversed in some way. But I'm wondering, in this much more, I think, competitive international environment, whether Germany will think about engaging with the world on a sort of political and military level, and whether you have thoughts about the realities of that, or whether it will continue to be sort of more focused in a sort of economic way about how it relates to countries in Asia and other places.
Any others to gather? Yes, just.
Thank you. You spoke very convincingly about the failure to understand how the communist regime in Beijing really functions. But don't you think there's a broader picture and there's a legacy of misunderstanding in Western Europe about, you know, the legacy of the Soviet Union and the communist regimes in general? And there's a debate which was studiously avoided in Western capitals about what are the lessons which were not fully learned from the collapse of the communist regime in Eastern Europe. And that debate, I mean, it's high time to have it, actually, because we see the consequences today. So it's not just China, but it's communism in general, how they really were and how they were reshaped after '89 in the form of nationalist imperialist regimes. And this is true for Beijing as well.
Okay, two big questions to finish with. And can I just add a very small one, which is on 5G? Bundestag, I mean, the decisions were reached that seem to set a direction on Huawei's role in 5G networks here. Right now, the build-out in Berlin alone is 100% Huawei in the radio access network, and the companies have just kind of gone ahead with making their decisions on this regardless. I think it's above 50% for the build-out in Germany as a whole. Is the Bundestag going to I mean, this is with the government now for the implementation, but how much concern is there in terms of the direction that was set on this and then what's actually happening in practice? And then if you can wrap up, these will be your kind of closing thoughts to answer these two big questions as well.
Okay, I start with this question. I let over to all two. I was together with Norbert Röttgen, but at first it was me. We criticized to implement Huawei in our German critical infrastructure. We did the first hearing in the German Bundestag to criticize Huawei. And this was in 2018. And everybody around me, also from our, because Liberal Party, we are a very pro-economic party, come to me and said, Frank, are you crazy? You cannot, how can you criticize China? How can you criticize Huawei? We have to do business with this. I vote the Liberal Party to become much more business, and then you criticize our biggest business partner. That's not the reason I voted for you. So, and that was a very big debate. Not a debate. It was not easy for me and also for our party group. But we every time say yes. But liberal, it means liberal to be independent, and independent is also to live in a democracy. Acknowledge human rights and freedom of speech and everything, and we have to care about all over the world for this values, and this is the most important thing, because if you have no values overall, because the communist regime takes over partners from us like Russia, Ukraine, or maybe the Baltic states or China at the close sub-Chinese Sea, then your business is nothing worth. So we have to care about our values. Okay, then I think about and okay, yes, you are right. And then we have the first hearing of Huawei, and the former government party CDU, and also in this time the Social Democrats, was not that easy to convince that this is the wrong way. So because we had no idea about critical infrastructure. So, and this was, for me, unbelievable. How legislators are totally, were, and sometimes they are, but they were totally blind when it comes to critical infrastructure. Totally blind. And you see how many hacking attacks we have every week from these countries. You have to wake up. And so, for me, this decision from Berlin is absolutely unacceptable. And it's not the correct way, because I have 3 daughters, and I do not want that they grow up in a world when they will become turn to 20 years or 25, and then somebody is sitting like Xi Jinping on the wheel and throw down the light, or say, okay, you drive too fast with your car. I have to shut up. So, or you don't go. You want to wake up in the morning. I make a little bit loud music for you, and so, or the production. Oh, the production of BMW is too fast. I have to reduce the production line. And this is not the way I want to live. I want to do it decide by myself. So it's the first. I completely. I could never more agree with you when it comes to Huawei. So how we deal with the Soviet Union or the communist regime, I'm also totally with you that some parties in Germany didn't learn anything. They learned nothing. So, and you see, I cannot be too open because it's a secret. If it comes to the coalition, how we built the coalition contract, this negotiation process, this was a very, very tough process because there were parties on the table. They say, okay, we cannot criticize China, we cannot criticize Russia, and we have to accept their interests, of course. So, and this is what we have to bring together. We said, no, we have to criticize them because it belongs to us and to our partners. And if you read all the books from Mareike Olberg, for example, or you papers, you have to learn how deep the communist regime goes into the individual freedom. There is no individual freedom. And if you see, the Communist Party of China has now, I think, 95 million members. So they are in every angel in the world. They are everywhere. And so, and they have a plan. They have a plan how they want to stop influencing from the Western world. And if you now listen to Xi Jinping maybe in most of his speeches, when you talk to his own party, then he always says that you as Communist Party members have to learn from the collapse of the communist regime from the Soviet Union. And his main topic he mentioned every time what was for him the biggest mistake the Communist Party did in the Soviet Union was they opened her mind. They had a debate about the right way, and he said we can. And then Western influencers came in the Soviet Union and influenced the debate. And this was the beginning of the collapse of the Soviet Union, because they are not strong together with one opinion, and so China does everything to let nobody inside in his systems, nobody no open media, because they want to control what they send, because he want to learn from and we, as the Western world, except the US and maybe in others, I think we did not acknowledge what they do, and you see that we are now here in Germany, that we have a very open speech in the Asian Pacific Conference in Singapore. I think we changed our behavior because we learned much more about the system, and especially after the war, the mindset changed completely. And to you, to the NATO, to our change in the military, I think we didn't take our responsibility for our military in the way we should. I'm also an officer of reserve. I'm a captain of the Air Force, and I see how bad was our Air Force. So, and for a country like Germany, we have to have a very modern army, navy, and air force, of course, because now we see that the freedom The freedom world has to be much better prepared by military than the unfreedom world. Not because we want to have a war with the unfreedom world, but we want to secure our freedom world. That nobody will become an idea to attack us. I was on Tuesday, I was on the NATO headquarters in Brussels. And we have a lot of debates about China and NATO and so on. This is also a movement. NATO talk about China. Can you remember when NATO talk about China in the past years? No. So this is a changing process. And so now we know we have to have partners in the world, modern weapons. We have to spend money. We have to spend the money not for war. We have to spend the money for all our partners that the communist regimes in the world, the dictatorships in the world knows very clear, if I attack the freedom world, I have no chance to win. And this is the reason we have to spend money, like in insurance. The 2% we have to spend from our GDP to our military, this is, I call it, the insurance for freedom. And we have to spend this money, and all our left parties say, okay, you spend it because you want to have the war, you're military guys, and so, no. We spend it that we spend it we spend it the money for stuff that hopefully we will never use. But if we do not spend the money, I'm pretty sure we has to use, and then we are not prepared. This is the freedom must be prepared much more better than the unfreedom world.
And that's a great note to finish with. Thanks so much for ranging so widely across all of these topics. Yeah, if everyone can give a hand. Okay, so we're going to do a super seamless handover. Don't run away, and we're going to move on to discuss China and Europe in more depth.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
So it lasts 10 minutes? No.
Good. Alan?
For 1 minute.
我们找一支麦克风
It's
哎，他会给我们。
a long test, right?
在 Andrew 手上。
Okay, guys, this is a long test because they are doing this 演习 something like annual. Yeah, it will last for a minute, and later there will be another one. Don't panic.
Ja? Ah, okay, jetzt funktioniert.
So I think we can get going. Welcome back, everyone, to the final session of the morning, in which we move from the German debate on China and the German relationship with China, though that will be inescapable, I think, in this panel as well, to the wider European relationship with China. We have another really great group of speakers. Since you have, I think, the full bios in your conference packs and things, I will not introduce them at the length they each deserve, but going from my right, Martin Haller, founder and director of Synopsis, Gudrun Wacker from SVP. Moving over to my left, we have Katja Drinhausen from Merix, and on my far left, Anna Kristinovska from Estima. They're all going to give a whole... We're going to do this, again, largely with a bit of Q&A and discussion on the panel, and then I think we'll have some time both for questions in the room and also some remote questions this time as well from the people who are listening online. And I'd ask everyone on the panel just to kick us off with giving a kind of a take at the end of what has been an extremely eventful year in different ways on the Europe-China relationship, just to give a bit of a stock take on how each of them sees it, not only for Europe as a whole, but from each of their different vantage points. We discussed a lot the effect of the Ukraine war, the China-Russia relationship. We're just coming out of Party Congress. We're just coming out of this first round of meetings that's taken place between Xi Jinping and various European leaders in several years in person. I wonder how, we talked about how the debates had moved in Germany in recent years. I wonder if you can talk about how you see this for Europe as a whole. And we'll start to my right with Martin.
Good morning, everybody. So I guess I'll just say a few words about the view from Central and Eastern Europe, or perhaps more specifically, because Central and Eastern Europe is kind of an artificially grouped together region. It's actually three regions when you think about it: the Baltics, the Visegrad countries in Central Europe, and then the Balkans. I'll leave the Balkans part to Anna, I think. So I'll just talk a little bit about the immediate neighborhood where I live. And there, and particularly in the Czech Republic, the debate has been shifting for quite a while. You know, it's the image of the PRC and the CCP has been plummeting for several reasons. You will remember that the region once was trying to pursue its own independent policy towards China under the label of 16+1. That didn't go very well, and actually sort of backfired against the People's Republic of China, because essentially all of the expectations have been frustrating. So there's this promise fatigue now in evidence for a couple of years now. And in some countries in the region, like in the Czech Republic, there were also specific incidents that contributed to the fast-changing image of the PRC. In the Czech Republic in particular, it was the collapse of the company, of the Chinese company CEFC, a very embarrassing event for the PRC. This was a company that essentially dominated the bilateral relationship between the Czech Republic and China, but also was active in other parts of Eastern Europe. And it turned out not only to be a financial fraud, but also a tool for massive political corruption in various parts of the world, mostly in Africa and also in the United Nations. So ever since that time, the view of China has been going down quite fast, and lately, I guess since the pandemic and the face mask diplomacy, it's basically a free fall in a big chunk of the region, with some countries, of course, being outliers like Hungary.
Gudrun.
Okay, because we heard in the previous session a lot about Germany, so I will focus probably more on the EU. And I would say, if you want to find a headline for what the EU has been doing over the last years, reflecting the changes in thinking about China, the headline would be resilience and at home and diversification. And I think we have come pretty far on the resilience level. So the EU has prepared a whole toolbox of instruments they can use. Investment screening for the European Union is one, although in the end the decision on any investment will be still in the member state. There is a trade defense mechanism, anti-subsidy regulation, public procurement to make sure that public procurement is happening in a fair way. And most of these tools are defensive in nature. There is one where we can argue whether it will be defensive. It's not really done yet. It's the anti-coercion instrument. And if you look at the case of Lithuania, that is sanctioned by China, including all EU member states that deliver goods to Lithuania or whose parts are used in production in Lithuania. The EU did not have this anti-coercion instrument yet and had to go to the WTO to say China is using unfair trade practices. But once this anti-coercion instrument is in place, this could be used in such a case if one of the EU member states is coerced by a third country. So we have come pretty far, I would say, and at a rapid speed compared to, you know, if you watch the usual EU process in doing things like that, we have come pretty far. The diversification part dimension I see mainly in the Indo-Pacific strategy. Germany has guidelines, the Netherlands has published their own guidelines on the Indo-Pacific, but it's happening more on the diplomatic front. So more visits, this was mentioned earlier already, if you look at Scholz's itinerary. But the diversification we really have in mind, the economic one, away from China, reducing the dependency, this has not really happened to a large degree. So I would say, because this depends very much on the companies and not on legislation, or, you know, governments can tell their companies whatever, and they just go where the profit is. So this is not going to be so easy, but it also turned out not to be easy for others like Japan. On the party congress, what struck me was we had a bigger debate in Germany about, you know, Costco buying into Hamburg port than on the 20th party congress, which I think is disproportionate, because the 20th Party Congress is a big step in the direction of a dictatorship. Let's face it, Xi Jinping has surrounded himself with acolytes, and so it's a little bit counterintuitive that the EU is now trying to repair, in a way, the relationship with China and get it back on a more constructive a track, which, you know, I doubt whether the conditions are really there, and I leave it at that.
And I think we'll come back to the China-Russia dimension of that, which also came up in the first session. Katja.
Is the microphone? Yeah. Perfect. Yes, I want to pick up actually on the last point that Gudrun just mentioned. After 3 years of, you know, the impossibility of visits, of speaking in person, or at least only in a very limited and top-level capacity, we're at a point in EU-China relations where mutual perceptions are really discoupled. We're talking about discoupled discourses, discoupled ideological spheres, and to some extent really discoupled realities. Because at least after the Party Congress, there is a bit of a tendency in debates in Europe to look at, you know, power consolidation under Xi Jinping, a bit of a shaky economic situation in China, and the zigzagging around zero COVID policy to wonder if the Chinese leadership is also turning back to a more pragmatic approach, is more approachable in terms of, and amiable in terms of finding compromise with Europe. But I think this is a really good point in time to think back to what the fundamental assumptions of the Chinese Communist Party and the leadership are when it comes to managing its international relations. And there, under Xi Jinping, it's really clear that political and ideological security and regime security are still front and center, driving international and domestic behavior. And what does that mean for Europe? It means it's really important to look at what China within China is saying about how it wants to manage its relations with Europe and what the expectations are at this point in time. And if you look at what's spelled out, it's really quite clear. Europe is supposed to stick to economy, focus on mending economic relations and keeping up good economic relations with China. It is supposed to stay away from political issues or not politicize issues, meaning staying away from issues around Xinjiang, Hong Kong, the status of Taiwan. And last but not least, the expectation quite clearly spelled out is also to leverage its strategic autonomy, as is often emphasized by the Chinese leadership, which essentially means sticking away, not sticking to the US or splitting away when it comes to core issues in relations. And the point or the question we really need to ask ourselves at this moment is, what happens if Europe doesn't play along? What kind of are the driving forces, and what is the toolkit developed in the past few years in terms of asserting China's interests and defending China's interests? And I think this has been one of the core topics of this conference really in the past few days. What has China built to manage public discourse internationally and to project its interests? And I think this is where we're going to hear really interesting input in relation to other regions in Europe as well.
Yeah, Anna, talk in particular, if you can, about how this is playing out in the Balkans.
Thank you. I will pick up where the previous speakers left, especially Martin, who mentioned that the Balkans are somehow an outlier or a different sub-region in this grouping that somehow China imposed to the countries in Central and Eastern Europe. And just for context, the Balkans is actually composed of countries that are EU members, such as Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Croatia, Hungary, but also countries that are not EU members, and that is to a very big extent shaping their relationship with China, because these countries do not see the EU representing them and their interests, so they are all seeking in their own way to pursue relationship, mostly for economic benefits with China, but also to pursue their own strategic considerations, as is namely the case of Serbia. And in this context, there was a research published a couple of months ago by SIPA, who tried to see to which extent China has influence in the information space or in the media space in Central and Eastern Europe. And if you see the first top 3, even top 5, or even the dominance within the top 10 countries, you would see that the Balkan countries seem to be most exposed and also most vulnerable to Chinese influence. And that is also translated in the region's perception on China. We mentioned that the perception throughout Europe and in many EU countries on China is deteriorating, that people seem to be somehow disenchanted with China and with the recent developments. But if we consider the Balkans, there seems to be simply no debate or minimal debate on China and on Chinese impact throughout the world, even after the war in Ukraine. And if you consider, for instance, the Western Balkans, the perception is not only not deteriorating, but it is improving. And there was an NDI research survey comparing 2018 to 2021. And in many of the countries, we see an increase in the positive perceptions on China, which is, in the case of North Macedonia, for instance, 13 percentage points of the people think more favorably about China in 2021 compared to 2018. And in the case of Serbia, when people are even asked whether you want to pursue closer relationship and join the EU, if it means somehow severing the relationship with China, it is the first time that more than 50% of the population says no. So this is particularly worrying given that we are not in Asia. We are in Europe and surrounded by EU countries, and yet we see this close relationship and this particular strategic hub for Chinese interests inside Europe.
Okay, they're extremely interesting numbers. I think my sense is, and Martin, you were alluding to this in your talk, that in much of Europe the numbers have been kind of collapsing for China in public opinion, and we're also seeing something, as you were talking about. I mean, we've seen essentially the collapse of the 17+1 into the 16+1 into the 14+1 into whatever is kind of left from this. I wondered if you might just say what I mean. Is Katya talked about what China wants from Europe. Is China getting what it wants right now? Are its strategies and approaches at the moment successful? And are we seeing any kind of recalibration in approach at the moment? We had a kind of very belligerent diplomatic approach, at least in parts of Europe, through COVID and the handling of the immediate aftermath of Russia's invasion. What are you seeing now, and you know, how effective is China right now in getting what it wants, particularly in the countries that you're most focused on?
Right. I think that China is not only not getting what they want from Europe as a whole, and in particular this region outside of the Balkans, but that they're in a little bit of a shock of how quickly things deteriorated, particularly in this region, you know, from the euphoria of the 16+1 to the current situation, as exemplified, for instance, by the relationship or the lack of relationship between Lithuania and the PRC. It is evidenced, actually, that there is this kind of a shock by the number of envoys that the PRC has been sending to Europe as a whole, but also Central and Eastern Europe. So I think that the previous assumptions of Chinese foreign policy about this particular region and perhaps Europe in general have largely failed, and in some cases, like the 16+1 notion, actually backfired.
Gudrun, I mean, it used to be that it was the 16+1 and 17+1 that was this kind of point of criticism for Europe's capacity to act collectively and for European unity, and that this was splitting Europe and things like that. The criticism more recently, I'd say even in recent couple of months, has been particularly directed at Germany on this. There was a sort of Franco-German 2+1 concept that people sometimes refer to. We don't even have a 2+1 at the moment right now, as we saw with the Scholz visit and the approach that was taken to France on that, where we won't go into all the details on what played out. But I wonder, I mean, going back to the first session, I mean, are we in a position at the moment to pull together in important ways on the European side, or in that one area that it seems that China does want, still being able to separate off certain countries, and Germany, as really, as we have seen in the index that will be released later today, is still target number one. I mean, how are you seeing Germany's capacity to pull Europe together and act with the weight of the EU as a whole, let alone the transatlantic dimension of this?
Well, I think I'm sometimes very critical of my own country, and I think one of the problems, and this does not only apply to China policy, is that if you listen to German politicians, you sometimes think, by definition, everything that Germany is doing is in the interest of the European Union and in the framework of the European Union, while the rest of Europe does not perceive it that way. And that's the problem. I mean, it's not. But it's always declared as being in the European interest. And I mean, the 17+1 is a good example, because there was heavy criticism from Germany, and the counter-argument of the Central and Eastern European countries was, what do you want? You have government-to-government cabinet consultations with China, if you give up those, you know, we are just trying to have a photo op with the Chinese prime minister or something like that. So this criticism is actually fair. And I think that why we are criticized so heavily has exactly to do with what was discussed in the previous session, that Germany looks as if its China policy is driven mainly by economic interests and economic interests of certain companies, our automotive industry, our chemical industry, and Siemens, which is sort of all over the place in terms of its engagement. And they do not want to leave China. They argue if the Chinese market is no longer there, this will have very negative repercussions also for the wealth in Germany and our GDP. So what they are preparing, I think, is, well, either to make their Chinese assets completely independent if push comes to shove, or to sell them. But they will not decouple, they will not withdraw. And this makes us open to criticism. And the other problem of the German government has been in the past, it doesn't listen to others. It assumes a certain position, and this has been the case with Russia. I wanted to say something about China-Russia issue and whether, you know, they get what they want. Just as a small example for what Katrin said, it's almost as if we live in two different universes. China sees itself as neutral on the Ukraine war, and it doesn't understand, Chinese academics don't understand the magnitude of this conflict and the impact it had on European thinking. And this is partly because they call it a crisis. They talk about the Ukraine issue or the Ukraine crisis, and it's not a war from their perspective, or not in their language. And this is part of the problem we are dealing with, and we have somehow to bridge this widening gap of, well, just not totally underestimating what is going on in the partner country.
So I would like to come back to the China-Russia issue as well, and how far that's been affecting European thinking. But before that, you watch the debates very closely in China on Europe as well. I mean, what have you been seeing in the analysis of what's going on in those dynamics? Again, this question of what's working, what's not working. How big are the kind of gaps in perceptions?
I mean, here I want to pick up on the question you asked Gudrun, which is, can Germany pull the EU together? And I think that is the same expectation from China, right? If you look at Chinese debates, it's just that they're expecting Germany to pull Europe into a very different direction. So especially if you look at recent coverage of the Scholz visit, both by Chinese state media, but also official statements, and analysis from German scholars, European scholars, really focusing on understanding how we see current issues, then it's really clear that there is a very homogeneous debate and a very kind of unified message, which is that, you know, Germany should lead the way in convincing the EU to refocus, again, more on the positive side of relations, on the economic aspects, to keep politics where possible out of it. A lot of use of language like pragmatic, rational, realistic, to remind the EU and Germany specifically what is expected of it. Then also it's interesting, I think, to look at how different European countries and leaders are viewed in the Chinese debates, because just to use Scholz as an example as well, there really is this perception that, especially after the visit and him kind of wielding his power on the Costco deal, that, you know, he is the shaker and maker that can bring the German Foreign Office and, for example, the Ministry of Economics to their heels and make sure that they don't disturb or upset German-Chinese and thereby also European-Chinese relations much more. Here I would like to point to this really fantastic analysis by EcoWall, for example, as well, that looked at what Chinese academics were saying about different German political parties. And there's this really strong perception that whatever is happening in terms of the German-China debate is driven by a small extreme minority, mostly FDP and the Green Party. And once these voices are drowned out, that everything will go back to normal. And I think this is really dangerous to see this kind of misperception on the Chinese side as well, because it really overlooks quite fundamental shifts in terms of public perception of China as well. Yes, everybody's still interested in keeping good economic relations, but based on a recent poll, I think by Kerber Foundation, more and more people are willing to, for example, sacrifice some of the economic benefits if their country steps up and, for example, defends human rights and takes a more assertive position there. So in terms of communication with our counterpart, China, because we're talking about a more constructive way forward, it's really important to kind of burst these different discursive and ideological bubbles and kind of talk facts of what is happening.
Anna, as your initial comments indicated, there are things that China is doing that is working, that are working in the Balkans. What is that? Why do you think there has been this traction in the last period of time there that's different?
Thank you. Well, I would like to make 3 points, and the first one is to actually clarify that China's interest in the Balkans is not in individual Balkan countries per se. The Balkans and even the non-EU countries in the Balkans serve as a sort of a springboard for China to be able to penetrate the EU, the European single market, which is actually the focus of China's interests in Europe. And just one example where we actually see that, the CRBC, the Chinese company that built the Pelješac Bridge in Croatia, the first big infrastructure project that a Chinese company won to build with European structural funds, was actually the same company that built the Pupin or the Friendship Bridge in Serbia 10 years ago. So this is how Chinese companies are actually using the region, and the ease or how easy it is to actually work in the Balkans and in the Western Balkans to be actually able to work and to penetrate more easily in the EU and the European single market. And then what is the reaction on the side of the Balkan countries, where they're actually looking up to Germany and to the EU, and they are saying, well, if Germany pursues its economic interest, then it's very much legitimate for us to be pursuing our own interests, and that is where the EU should step in and should work on speaking with one voice and consolidating internally, but also somehow getting on board all these countries that are somehow gravitating towards the EU. Because China's economic influence in the region is still very limited. It is the EU that is the region's biggest trade partner, investor, donor, etc. And the region is a part of the disenchantment that the 17 or 16+1 experienced with China, because there were simply no investments. Most of the promises were not fulfilled and were not met. So it would be actually, as a final point, it would be very interesting to see how the war in Ukraine will, and if it will change the relations, especially because we see countries like Serbia, which is the only country in Europe that has not introduced sanctions on Russia and has this ever closer relationship with China. But apart from Serbia, I think that the other countries are suffering seriously the consequences of the war in Ukraine, and that China is simply not understanding this. They are not grasping that Russia is an existential threat for most of the countries in Central and Eastern Europe, and that most of the countries in the Balkans are also suffering gravely from this war in terms of energy implications, inflation, food supplies. So it would be very interesting to see, and unfortunately this has not been measured yet, what the response and the impact on the region would be from China's non-constructive role on the war in Ukraine.
So that's exactly the question I wanted to come to next for the panel. Katja, you talked about this. What is pragmatic, rational, and realistic. In the Chinese debate, this, of course, means continuing with economic ties as usual. Before the war, I think the criticism of, for instance, Annalena Baerbock was that the approach taken on Russia, on China, was too focused on values, was not pragmatic and realistic, and this obviously looks, what is pragmatic and realistic on Russia? The perception of that has obviously changed radically. Is there the sense that that has really shifted the balance of what is seen as the pragmatic center of the debate on these issues and in vis-a-vis China, that these questions around dependencies and what level of exposure makes sense? Have we really seen a kind of sea change in that, or is that kind of political battle on those questions very much still underway? I wonder if either of you might comment.
Okay, sorry, I thought it was actually for you. But anyhow, this kind of debate actually even preceded the invasion of the Ukraine, because the exposure of Eastern Europe to China economically is limited, or let me rephrase, the exposure of Central and Eastern Europe to China goes through Germany. Most of the countries here feed into the supply chains that go to Germany and then to the German export machine. So directly, the economic argument, the argument about the direct economic relationship with China has really collapsed with the 16+1 sort of fantasy. The closer economic relationship never happened, and then it sort of exploded with the undeclared secondary boycott of Lithuania. So I think, in that sense, the debate in Eastern Europe about the pragmatism of the relationship to China is not quite the same as in Western Europe. So, like I said, even before the war, it actually wasn't quite there.
Good. I mean, the same question, but I mean, do you think there has been this concept of systemic rival, systemic competitor? I mean, this was first cited publicly by the BDI, notably. I mean, that you had German industry, in a sense, saying that these values questions and economic questions were intrinsically intertwined, and that there was no longer a way of kind of separating out what we were seeing in terms of the behavior of the Chinese Communist Party domestically, what we were expecting from its role in the world, and how that translated into German business interests, and that kind of separating these questions out into different lanes did not make sense, and the kind of good exposure at the beginning of their famous China paper, kind of laying this concept out. But I wonder if you similarly here, I mean, how far you see that kind of battle underway for defining what actually kind of pragmatism and realism actually is with reference to China. And sorry, one more preliminary to the question, which is this China-Russia issue more broadly that you and others might touch on. We've just had these rounds of meetings. I mean, this was the kind of the key thing from the Scholz visit, the hope that China can play a certain kind of role with Russia. We, of course, had these public statements on use or threat of nuclear weapons from Xi Jinping. There now seems to be this kind of, where earlier in the year there was a view that said the China-Russia relationship, China's an enabler, China is creating the conditions for this war, and the forms of political support that were provided with incredibly frosty meetings. Now you see in some of these meetings this, the China-Russia relationship is something that, if China can differentiate itself from Russia, this will help serve European security interests. Is that bleeding in unhelpful ways right now? Or, I mean, how do you see that piece of things?
Okay, first of all, thank you, Katrin, for answering the question I didn't answer. My answer was so indirect that I don't think that Germany can unify anybody. Anyway, I mean, this is a really important question, and I don't think it has been settled. The whole question, I mean, we're still debating the EU paper that says China is a partner, a cooperation partner, a competitor, and a systemic rival. And we still try to figure out, first of all, what is the relative weight of these three dimensions? And secondly, can we really separate them? And that's the real issue. I mean, there was a lot of talk about compartmentalizing, as you said, with the lanes. But this is not working because we see that economic issues and the cooperation dimension is taken hostage for other issues. And you saw that clearly in the case of the US-China relationship when Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan. Not only were there military exercises and a new white paper, but the first thing the Chinese did was cancel the talks on climate, which is basically the last topic left where the US sees any ground for cooperation with China. So these different dimensions, they bleed into each other, so to speak, and you cannot no longer assume, and I think this is the lesson Germany has drawn from the Russian attack on Ukraine, that economic interdependency will sort of stabilize, act as a major stabilizer in relations. That's no longer the belief, not to mention that we had to drop the whole change through trade approach where we believe that China will change because we engage with them or something like that. I'm not so I think the debate is still going on, and we will see how in the end this will figure in the German China strategy paper. But the whole issue of values and interests. I mean, we are so open to criticism of double standards and hypocrisy, because previously you heard, for example, Vietnam as a partner for Germany now. I mean, is Vietnam a democracy? We have different sets of standards we use, and I think that's a problem. So we should look for pragmatic ways to work with countries who share certain interests. I'm not a big fan, as you know, of the American framing, mainly that this is the ultimate battle between autocracy and democracy, because you push away countries like Singapore that are not seen as democracies, right, correctly so, but they share the same interests on many issues. So I think the values thing and the democracy debate, it lures us into this false belief that democracies are like-minded on basically everything, which is not the case, and the Chinese will be the first ones to point out to you, if we talk about Russia, look at India and the Indian debate and the Indian abstention in all the relevant on all the relevant resolutions in the UN. So I think we have to find some sort of approach where we reconcile interests and values, but not preach from the moral high horse.
I mean, I thought in some ways the new US national security strategy tried to sort of thread these two pieces together, but we can talk about that. Katja, I mean, both on this wider question, but also, I mean, on how you're seeing perceptions of what's actually going on in China right now and how that's playing into the discussions here in Europe. We've seen the protests. There are these questions about kind of long-term trends in China. There are questions about what goes on if we're seeing a period of sustained weakness in the Chinese economy. I wondered if you might make a couple of comments on that, power perceptions and trajectory perceptions for China, political strength in China.
This is a really good question, especially the part about the kind of power position or power trajectory, because if we look back at our relationship with China and where China was standing just over the past 3 years, it's really been a roller coaster. So 3 years ago, pretty much, you had the outbreak of COVID, the lockdown in Wuhan, and debates in Europe if this was China's Chernobyl moment, if this was China's time to turn, if sustained calls for freedom of expression when Dr. Li Wenliang died were, going to take over not just the internet, but maybe kind of spill over into the streets and result in more outright kind of political demands for change. A year later, or 2 years later, the Chinese Communist Party was triumphantly celebrating its 100th anniversary. Europe was under lockdown after lockdown. We had waves of COVID infections, whereas people in China were walking around without masks and kind of celebrating the systemic superiority of the Chinese political system. And to some extent, this was also perceived and kind of reflected here, even without adapting outright kind of Chinese official talking points. And now, kind of the situation has, turned upside down again, and we're at a point where not only is China economically in a weaker spot, it's kind of ill-prepared for opening up and kind of learning to live with the virus. We've had what everybody was kind of waiting for 3 years ago, which is demands that are voiced online, spilling out on the streets and people actually protesting and not demanding just specific policy actions, but demanding rule of law, freedom of expression, human rights, and also to some extent showing those that were very cynical in Europe about, what does the Chinese population want? Do they even care about these values? That this is something that appeals to Chinese citizens as well, and that kind of reminds Europe to some extent of a responsibility to speak up for that, and kind of to not stay in a rational and pragmatic equilibrium in terms of managing its relations with China. And what does that mean looking forward? Uncharted grounds to some extent, especially looking ahead at the coming year. But kind of coming back to my initial statement, it's really important to keep in mind what the party wants, and that is, especially in a moment of deep crisis domestically, to manage perception of itself abroad. So, especially those that participated here in their different areas working on Chinese messaging and influence operations abroad, I do think it's going to be a busy year ahead.
After Anna, I'm going to kind of come to questions from the room. I have a couple of other things, if there aren't a huge slew of questions, and questions from beyond the room. But Anna, either on the kind of points that have been made so far, or also just on perceptions on the China-Russia relationship in particular in the Balkans. I'm seeing very different views on what the China-Russia relationship actually kind of means for the relationship with China. And it's gone from a spectrum. I certainly see a number of governments in Europe who have this view that is, the differences between them can be exploited and this is something that we can benefit from, to these two are functioning in a qualitatively different strategic partnership now that has really problematic implications for our interests going forward, and we need to address them to a certain extent as a much more common threat than we ever did before. I'm wondering if you might kind of comment on that as well.
Thank you. In the Balkans, it was Russia that has traditional presence and influence that dates from several centuries ago. And I think that China, while in the past we were talking about competition between China and Russia in the Balkans, this is increasingly less and less the case, but we are somehow seeing China building on the Russian experience. And what do I mean by that? We see the main pro-Russian minorities, I would say, in most of the countries that have somehow switched to be pro-China supporters and communities. We see the same tactics that were largely used by Russia in the area of propaganda, disinformation, that are now used more and more by China. And I think that we are not ready, and we are not very much able to deal with that. Why? Because we have maybe built more experience in dealing with Russian disinformation, but there is very, very little understanding in the region about how China works, about how China operates, what goals China pursues, because they are fundamentally different from the goals pursued by Russia. Namely, it is not to disrupt the region, to create some sort of conflict, armed conflict, because China is much more interested in the stability of the region so that it can pursue its economic interests. But it is very interesting to see this some sort of synergy in terms of the tools and the tactics whenever it suits China and Russia, and to see somehow Russia going in the back plan and China coming to the front, with many, for instance, in Serbia and in Bosnia, with many people thinking that it is China that is the main economic partner, the main donor, and this is largely due to China's propaganda and disinformation efforts, which have so far gone largely unnoticed and under the radar, and it is something that we should start thinking about.
Thanks very much. Questions? I already see a remote question and two here. Start with the remote question since it was missed from the last round. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I get an online question from our online participant. It's kind of following with the previous discussion on Russia. And so the question here is, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has dealt a massive blow to the mindset of interdependence. If interdependence is not that, what is it? And how do we characterize a new mindset?
And I'll take the other questions here so that people can kind of gather and think. Yeah, at the back.
Sure. Thanks. The question that I wanted to ask was when, I forgot the name, but when you mentioned about Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan and the consequences, right, and of China kind of getting out of the climate change discussions or in that aspect. So the other aspect was, like, if you look at the US, so whether it is the Uyghur Forced Labor Act or the Tibet Policy Act, there are certain consequences in terms of how China acts. And in terms of Europe, a lot of the discussions is about criticism, but the consequences is not something that I see as much. So in some ways, is there a way forward towards making sure that it's not just the criticism, but there's actual consequences to the actions that China actually undertakes, whether it's in the UN, whether it's all the different aspects of it, and if so, how does that look?
And one more at the front, and then I'll come back to the panel.
Hi, I'm from South America. I was kind of surprised because I heard this like distinction between pragmatic thinking in Europe and this high values thinking in Europe. And I wonder, isn't strategic thinking pragmatic too? Haven't you thought about the impact of the relationship with China in allegedly commercial and investment capacities from the Ecuadorian experience? The impact of China allegedly commercial and as a creditor, as an investment partner, has been profound because they have even intervened in our politics. They have banned our institutions. They have changed, made profound change on some laws according to their interests. So I don't know if sometimes I'm kind of surprised because I thought it's not just a matter of goodwill, of European goodwill. Have you thought or have you reflected about the experience of other regions with China investments, with China credits? That's the thing that I'm not seeing. Have you thought the impact on your own institutions in long term of this relationship if you don't have enough care with it? I'm amazed because I thought I was about to hear other things, and I can't believe that there is not a strategic and even geopolitical dimension besides the human rights dimension in the reflections of all these themes. Sorry.
Who wants to come back on any of these?
Maybe I'll start. I'll start with the interdependence. So again, like I said, in the region where I live, there actually, and perhaps paradoxically, has been very little interdependence in terms of economic relations. So there wasn't even much need for new, what did we say, new narrative, new approach. But I think it's been always clear in this part of the world that the new narrative, the new normal, the new positioning would probably be diversification, just like in much of the world. Diversification in terms of supply chains and economic relationships in general, and in terms of the impact on the political institutions, of which we have actually seen quite a lot in Eastern Europe, it's resilience. So the new narrative is resilience, that we need to build up a more resilient system politically. The consequences of the statements on some of the grave human rights violations in places like Xinjiang, I think it's a matter of policy response, right? That does not follow the statements, the pronouncement immediately, but probably needs a little bit of time to build up. And it's, of course, quite frustrating that it's been taking too much time. But there are some signs that hopefully we will get there, hopefully sooner than later.
Let me say directly something on the last issue. I think we do see a concrete action. The EU has another new instrument which allows it to sanction, and it used sanctions in the case of Xinjiang. It was not there when the security law in Hong Kong entered force. So there was some, windy statements, but I would say a weak response. The weakness of the European Union as the European Union is, of course, that on foreign and security issues, you need everybody to be on the same page to come out with a strong statement. If there is no, if there is one dissenting voice, the statement is watered down. But in the case of Xinjiang, the sanctions entered force. The Chinese response was pretty heavy, and actually the institute where Katrin is working is under sanctions, but also the human rights part of the European Parliament, etc. And the result is also that the comprehensive agreement on investment is moving nowhere at the moment, which the Chinese, of course, want to move forward, but the European Union, I think there is nowhere in hell that the Parliament will ratify this agreement under these circumstances. So we're stuck in the mud, but there is concrete action. And I think what we need now also is contingency planning for a Taiwan scenario, whatever it will look like. There needs to be a plan. How would we respond? Of course, there needs also to be a viable policy, what we do to prevent a conflict from happening. But if a conflict breaks out and we run around like the headless chicken, it's not helpful to anybody. So I think this is ongoing. Not everything is public. And part of the signaling we see with, a stronger military engagement, this will not change the military balance in the region, but it gives a sign to China that we care. And the interdependence question, interdependence is usually an asymmetric relationship. It's rarely symmetric. And there lies the first problem, so to speak. But I think what we need is a clear picture where our critical dependencies are and where we have to reduce them. And it's probably not masks, because it's not, rocket science to produce a mask, But if you find out that antibiotics were completely dependent on China or on respirators, or 97% of the rare earth of the world are processed in China, they might be found somewhere else, but the processing is taking place in China. Then we have to look at these dependencies and say, no, we have to diversify, lower these dependencies. That's the, I would say that's enough new thinking, but we have to make our homework first. And there we're still lagging a little bit.
Maybe quite a lot.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on the language part again, especially the pragmatic and realistic. I think it's important to note that these two words, just to focus on these, mean something very, very different when China uses them and when at least some in the EU currently use them. So for China, it's essentially communicating an expectation. This is what we want Europe to do or else. And they've shown with previous sanctions what happens, right, in case of the or else. At least partly in the European or German debate, when we talk about, you know, being realistic and being pragmatic, it's more about taking stock, what happened, what are our risks and exposures to find a different way forwards, maybe not the one that China would regard as realistic and pragmatic. So this is really a point where it's the same words, but you know, the logic, thinking, and the path really diverge. And when it comes to the, you know, to-dos and consequences from that, I think the first one would be to kind of untangle that language, because it's really muddled at the moment, and find clearer ways to communicate, not just within our countries, in Germany and in Europe, but towards other parts of the world, for example, and to China itself, of course, but also learning from the experiences of other countries. And I'm saying that specifically from a German kind of perspective, because in terms of its relations, Germany has been in a really cozy spot with China in the past. Let's be honest about that. So that's, I guess, why, to some extent, the risks and the exposures you mentioned are less present in the public debate, and there is kind of this tendency to focus on the good side. And you mentioned before the, you know, high-level op-eds by, you know, heads of companies. And I think there it's also important to note that maybe on the surface there is still the perceived need or interest to express a constructive willingness to take a constructive approach to China, however you want to frame it. But that doesn't mean that behind closed doors there isn't a lot of concern exactly about the risks that have been debated over the past years. And that on every level, from politics to companies to civil society, societal stakeholders are thinking about different ways to move forward, to hedge against risk, and to protect themselves to some extent from China. So, yeah, similar words, very different kind of trajectories.
And just before Anna answers, I just, because we're wrapping up the panel now, I just wondered if all of the panelists, just to close out, can give one sentence or even one word on the expectations of the China-Europe relationship in the year ahead, and one area, if they wished Europe could get better at, the most important thing for its China policy that they would like to see differently. And so there's now a pause where people can think about that while Anna answers.
Okay, I think that we mentioned the paradigm or the need to balance between the interests and the values. And we are seeing that on the side of the EU. But I think we do not talk about enough on the side of China, because China has also this, I think, probably not a debate or division, but probably synergy between the interests and the values that it tries to pursue around the world. And while the linchpin of the cooperation throughout Europe with China in the past decade, I would say, has been predominantly economic, and there was very little discussion about the values, there is also, or there still is not sufficient discussion about the values that China tries to export in Europe. And I think that it is one of the objectives that China pursues. I think in the past decade, maybe some scholars were saying that, you know, China has this principle of non-interference, so it allows other countries to do whatever they want, to organize themselves the way they want. But we are increasingly seeing specific and clear indications that China is trying to impose its own values, governance models, political norms outside. And you mentioned the loans. I think that that is precisely where we are seeing this desire on the side of China. And but we're not seeing the loans elsewhere in Europe, and that is why maybe they were not that much represented. It is only in the Western Balkans, as non-EU countries which do not have access to EU structural funds, that we see this openness, they're welcoming Chinese loans. And most of the time, everything that comes along, that means the Chinese values. We are seeing China negotiate agreements with these countries that will provide preferential treatment to Chinese companies without any open competitive procurement bids. We are seeing the undermining of the democratic institutions. So basically what we mentioned in terms of the institutions, they are not ready to deal with China, and it is a largely asymmetrical relationship. China asks them to sign up to laws, to bylaws, and to all different standards that simply undermine democratic processes, market economy, good governance, etc. And these countries are pretty much ready to do that, hoping to receive Chinese investments and Chinese loans. So I think that this is something that we must bear in mind and try to better understand, that we are not simply talking about protecting or pursuing the European values, but we need to bear in mind this goal of China not only to resist European values on its own turf, but also to promote its own version of the values abroad.
Thanks very much. So 2 closing sentences from each panelist, starting with Martin.
Right. So I think what we'll probably see in the near future in the relationship between Europe and the PRC will be ups and downs that we've seen so far. But the long-term trajectory, in my opinion, is downward. And we still haven't, the relationship still hasn't bottomed out. There really is a systemic rivalry. There are systemic differences that cannot be papered over. And what Europe needs, in my opinion, is to make the next logical step on the understanding that there is this systemic rivalry, and prepare also systematic policy responses, and that would cover the whole relationship. But to be able to do that, Europe would need some strategic unity that sadly has been lacking in the past. So I guess no more silly experiments like 16+1, and no more individual trips to Beijing by West European politicians.
Okay, I'm old, so I have seen predictions about the coming collapse of China one time too often. So my warning is arrogance and complacency are our enemies. So we should never be in the position where we lean back and say this will take care of itself or something like that. That's the first sentence. And the second is we need to do our homework instead of having completely polarized debate that basically take place in a vacuum. We need to collect the data, we need to know the facts, we need to know the degree of exposure, and we need to make priorities. What is critical infrastructure and what is not? And final word, I think if we frame everything in East-West terms, we are missing that a large part of the debate is North-South. So if we ignore the global South, we see the result, and we have seen the result in the resolutions in the UN against Russia, where big countries, Brazil, South Africa, India, all did not vote with the West. And we have to think very hard about that and whether we have lost the global South already.
The first one kind of picks up the title of this panel, right? We were talking about kind of a way towards a constructive European policy on China. And I think a core component of that is to have a much more informed discussion and also conversation with China that cuts through the bullshit that has built up over the past year in terms of mutual perceptions and kind of bursts through the kind of echo chambers in different capitals. Because the most important thing, I guess, going forward is to be really, really aware of wishful thinking, including on our own side. And to just pick up one example again that we discussed before, is how especially European media and also Scholz picked up a statement by Xi Jinping saying no use, or that he was against use of nuclear weapons in relation to to Russia's war in Ukraine. But if you look at the Chinese readout, it was template language saying, well, use of nuclear weapons is a bad thing. And that doesn't really indicate any position taking or any potential for China to step in as a mediator. And language does construct reality, and it's really important to look at what China is discussing also internally, especially in a forward-looking manner, because they're entirely decoupled alternative realities. And at some point, we need to bring them back together to avoid major escalation.
Thank you. Anna, to finish.
Thank you. I think that what it was Lao Tzu who was talking about, retreat, realign, regroup, recenter, and then go back in offensive again. And I think that that is very likely what we will be seeing on the side of China in future. China will try to portray itself as some sort of a savior, as a solution to Europe's problems, especially after the war in Ukraine. I don't think that it will go back on its position on Russia, but it will somehow try to build its and renew its own strength in dealing with Europe and try to be the constructive partner it used to be in the economic and financial crisis up to 2013. And in terms of what Europe should do, I think that if Europe cannot agree on what the maximum and the ultimate objective should be, it should at least agree on the minimum standards and norms in dealing with China in order to avoid a constant race to the bottom on the side of different EU and non-EU members. And just as it was said, I think that we need a more informed policies on China that will not be in terms of black and white, democratic, authoritarian, etc., but will take into account all the 50 shades of gray that we have in the cooperation.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much, and thanks to each and all of the panelists, Martin, Gudrun, Katja, and Anna for wrapping up a really useful morning. Thanks.
Thank you so much for everybody to attend it, and thank you again for our guests. Let's do another round of applause to all of this good speak. This is the best panel, yes. So we have a lunch downstairs in the restroom prepared, and after that a show break 1 p.m. We will come back for our media lunch for our China Index 2022. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay, so we also wait for 5 minutes for people to come in. People are having a lunch and I think they are joining. Yes, another 5 minutes if you need to use restroom. Restaurant, yes.
Q&A，因为他们可能会有一些 general 的。
我不知道我会做这件事。
但只有 Q&A。哦，啊，出差。
没关系，没关系，你把它，没关系，没关系。我坐这里可以吗？
可以。
QA because there are three sections, right? First, it's him explaining the methodology.
Exactly.
Then we have the 5 minutes, 7 minutes presentations, and after that is a QA.
Yeah.
Okay. So when we do the presentations, the second, where do we stand?
They're going to call each of us over there. We do our little talk, and then we stay there.
Okay. So I'm staying like here alone, and then I'll do my stuff, and I move here. Because the Q&A are in the end.
Yeah. So after you do your stuff, you stay there, and all of us will be there, and then the Q&A starts.
So that's choreography. We'll come one by one.
Yeah, one by one. Exactly.
That's nice. That's nice.
That's what I was just explaining.
That's nice.
Yeah.
So creating suspense.
Yeah,
Another guy
yeah.
coming. Another guy coming.
Exactly.
Where's going to be?
Yeah.
Andy, what are you going to say about Pakistan? I mean, is it really what you said? That there's a bit of rumor at home?
No, sorry, Didi. Sorry, Didi. Here
in
first.
Pakistan. Because you ended up on the country ended up on the best place. I mean, this was in the presentation. That,
Okay, no, I just wanted to put my bag down.
reactions. Reactions. Why are we on the first place?
I did check.
This is in the press release. Say, actually, you are in trouble.
Okay. Okay. Let me see it again.
Yeah. Check
Did I say something to get myself into trouble again?
Are you usually in trouble?
I was in trouble. Yes.
I see.
They because I was criticizing the military's interference in politics and rigging the election in 2018. They used the cyber laws to launch a case against me of cyber terrorism.
I mean, they are not shy. I mean, they go for terrorism.
Who
is this? IC.
This is FIA. But so ISI ordered them to file the case, and basically they ordered FIA to put the maximum clause, and the FIA told him 14 years jail if you accuse him of cyber terrorism.
Oh, be careful.
Then I was.
Hi, everyone. We are going to start in 3 minutes. Yeah. And so they will all sit here.
Sure.
And Egypt, CC's democracy.
Oh no, it should be okay this
Yeah,
time.
it should be okay. So, Puma's presentation, he will need the click.
Clear. Yeah. Do you want? I'm fine.
Okay, that's good to know.
Probably it's a bit offensive.
No, but it's true. I mean,
In a way, it's helping you.
because we have military that your business is about the borders. You are not supposed to be involved in politics, in business, in judiciary, in media.
Involved is to put it in. It's a very British understatement.
Yeah, I mean, excessive interference, control. Yeah, they set up powers. They probably
The big difference is that we have 5 intelligence services which compete with each other. So there's nothing in one. And it's like, Mr. B.
So we have 7 intelligence, but there's one which kind of supersedes everybody else. And they call the shots.
Thanks God we don't have.
To my mind, too much interaction with Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I think we're going to get started here today. So, please take your seats. And my name is Ayman Lau, and I'm a research analyst with Doublethink Lab, and I'll be the moderator today. So, before we get started, just a couple housekeeping things. We'd like to remind everyone to please hold on to any questions that you may have throughout the session until the very end, after all our panelists have spoken. We do have a designated Q&A session. And if you'd like to connect with any of our panelists after the session, you can speak to either myself or David Green. I don't see David at the moment, but we also have emails on the press kit that is provided, and you can reach us there at any time. So with that, I'd like to officially welcome everyone to the launch of the China Index 2022, and our website for the China Index is officially live. And so today, we are joined by Doublethink Lab Chair Puma Shen, who will share research takeaways and discuss highlighting areas of resilience and exposing patterns of PRC influence in different regions and discussing domain-specific takeaways. And we also have joining with us our CITW experts and regional partners who will discuss their experiences and takeaways from the China Index 2022. So we have Shazeb Jelani, who will discuss Pakistan, Sorin Ionita from discussing Ukraine, Martin Thorley discussing the United Kingdom, and Didi Kirsten Tatlow discussing Germany. So first, please welcome Puma Shen up to the stage.
I think I'll go back to the little bit. Okay, so I think it's my pleasure today to show our findings of China Index. And I apologize, I mean, someone have already heard of it during the opening. I have to say that again. But I mean, we got lots of media today, so I think it's better that we could explain the methodology and the findings of this China Index. So China Index is the product from a conference, I mean, hosted here, the China in the World. And it's hosted by us, Doublethink Lab. So the goal of Doublethink Lab is to strengthen democracy through enhancing digital defenses. And for this conference, China in the World, we're trying to build up the global network of all the stakeholders, like from think tanks, local experts, policymakers, scholars, who all study all the PRC influence since 2019. And then, I mean, to expand and to really talk about, I mean, Chinese influence operation, we need someone to help us to develop some indicators that could measure the real Chinese influence operation. So this is our index committee that tried to help us. And we actually have 99 indicators that could measure the Chinese influence operation all around the world. But with all these, I mean, questionnaires and surveys that has been developed by our index committee, we still need to do lots of data collection. And it takes like a year long to collect all this data all around the world. So thanks to all the regional partners here, because without their help, it's impossible for us to complete this project. So we got regional partners from North America, South America, Southeast Asia, Africa, Europe, in each region, and they help us to find the local experts. And actually, there are more than 100 local experts participate in this network and help us collect the data, analyze the data, and see what we got, and to look into what's the reality of Chinese influence operation. Okay. And for this project, this China Index 2022, right now we're covering 82 countries. I mean, at the very beginning, we only have 36, and right now we have 82. And we're going to have 20 more this year, which means that we'll have more than 100 countries measured next year. And we're going to update this China Index annually. So this is the the website is already online, so you can definitely check that. Here's the URL. So this is how the websites look like. You could see the world map over there, and the red color means that these are the countries that are already measured, and then if you see some like deep red color over there, it means that that country has been deeply influenced by China. And you could see there's an overall ranking on the right, and you can click all these countries to see how's the Chinese influence operation looks like in that country. So let's zoom in a little bit to look at Taiwan. Since I'm from Taiwan, I mean, it's better to use Taiwan as an example. So I talk about that because we got like 99 indicators that help us to measure this Chinese influence operation. And the way we did that is that we try to list all kinds of literature regarding Chinese influence operation and try to categorize them into 9 different domains. And it's around the circle, which are media, academia, economy, society, military, law enforcement, technology, domestic politics, and foreign policy. And we have 11 indicators respectively for each, which means that we got 99 indicators. And with this graph, you could observe that within Taiwan, our influence, the Chinese influence operation has been really, really serious in the domain of media, society, and law enforcement, but not so much in the military and technology. So that's why even we have some overall ranking, sometimes the overall ranking could only tell us partial story. But still, with all these 99 indicators combined, we can have the overall ranking like this. So the first, number 1 right now is Pakistan, and then Cambodia, number 3, Singapore. And then you could see like in which domain this country has been influenced the most by China. But I recommend, if you really want to look into all this ranking, it's better to look at each domain respectively. So let's break that down. We got academia, domestic politics, economy, etc. And for each domain, we have respectively all the different ranking for each country. And let's take US as an example. So if you look into the domain of academia, US has been deeply influenced by China. But if you look, like military or like technology, it's not so much the case. So that's why we think that if you really want to look into all this Chinese influence operation, it's better to look into each domain instead of just using the overall ranking to talk about Chinese influence operation. However, to look into all these 9 domains could be, frustrated, right? There's like so many of them. So there's another way to look into it. So sometimes China loves to build up the ideology in a targeted country. So for example, they might use Chinese diaspora as a leverage and maybe try to infiltrate the media or invest in the media companies. Or also they're using some sort of students to really have a say in academia. So if you really want to look into how China build up like a very soft approach to build up ideology in particular country, you might want to combine academia, media, and society together to see what's the ranking for that. And the top 1 country that has been influenced the most, in the field of ideology cluster is actually Taiwan. It's not surprising, right? But sometimes there's language barrier, and it could be a little difficult for China to insert certain ideology to a particular country. So the other approach that China loves to deploy is that to build up dependence. So for example, to build up economic relationships with you and use it as a leverage to urge you to do something else, or maybe reach out to the politician, bribe them, contract them, and see what they can do in the future, or even sell all this surveillance technology product to your country, or even provide this technology for free in order to have more leverage in that country. So in that instance, we have a dependence cluster combined with technology, domestic politics, and economy. And the top 1 country that has been influenced the most in this dependence cluster is actually Pakistan. And the last one, I think, the end game for Chinese influence operation is to build up the Chinese rule all over the world, the Chinese paradigm, to build up, we call it Team China. So in that case, sometimes they want you to do the military drilling with them. Or for your foreign policy like officers, you have to make a same statement as the Chinese propaganda. or even allow the law enforcement into certain countries. So in that scenario, the rulemaking cluster might be very serious and is the most serious approach that China might deploy to against each targeted country. And in this cluster, the rulemaking cluster, the top one country that has been influenced the most is Cambodia. And right now, because we're in Germany, right? So let's talk about Germany. So if we're using these clusters to look into the Germany cases, Germany actually ranked number 6 in the ideology cluster. Means that they're trying to insert certain kinds of like ideology through media, through academia in this country. And then it ranked number 17 in the dependence cluster, which means that there are still lots of economic or technology dependence between China and Germany. But Germany only ranked number 63 in the domain of the rulemaking cluster. And because we're measuring Germany in the year from 2020 to 2021, it means that Germany might be a little bit resistant to certain kinds of rulemaking stuff. Okay? So that's pretty much the case. So we've talked about all this difference from countries to countries, and let's zoom out a little bit to see whether there's any regional difference among all these countries. And on our left, we could see that this is Southeast Asia, Central Asia, Oceania, and we got Europe on the far right. And if you look at Southeast Asia as a region, generally, all the countries here in Southeast Asia got a pretty high score over year, things that have been deeply influenced by China. But in Europe, it's generally lower. But I mean, Germany and UK serve as an outlier there in the Europe region. And if you look at South America, it's quite scattered, right? I mean, Peru got like their top one in South America, but like Colombia is not so affected by China. So either to use region, as a divider, to talk about Chinese influence operation might be a little debatable. But still, people love geopolitics, right? So we're still using the region to see whether China deploys different kinds of strategy in different regions. So let's talk about Europe because we're here in Europe. So Europe generally get like pretty low score, lower than the world average. But the most influenced domains here in Europe is actually academia and technology, which means that they're going to deploy this kind of strategy to certain countries. And then you already know that the UK and Germany, they are the kind of the target here. So sometimes Germany may work as a hub for China to extend its influence operation to other, European countries. Right? And if you look at Central Asia, it's quite different. The most influenced domains here is still technology, right? But we got economy, foreign policy, and law enforcement, which means that they are not just building dependence here in this region. They also want to build up Team China here, right? With the law enforcement, also with the foreign policy. And then we got Southeast Asia. It's much higher. I think it's the highest region within all this data we collected. And also, there are still influence in the domain of technology, economy, and law enforcement. And the reason why the score is a little bit higher than the Central Asia, I think it's because that there's a more Chinese diaspora in this region, which means that China got more leverage in this region, which they can have wield its influence among all these, we think it's like victims of Chinese diaspora, and use them as a leverage, maybe have a say in politics or in any domain that we collected. Yeah. So I think that's enough for all this regional difference, and this is like some details that I want to talk about, is that if you look at the variance score for each domain, actually you can see that in the domain of domestic politics, it's quite low. It's only 16%. And what does that mean? It means that domestic politics, this approach, has been generally applied to each country. It's not that scattered. It's not that skewed. Means that if you look into all this Chinese influence operation, they always love to reaching out to politicians and to have a say, or use it as a leverage. Right? But if you look at law enforcement, technology, and media, it's quite, above 20, which means that they only use the media or technology approach, or even law enforcement approach to certain region or to certain nation. So for example, if you look into the data from the law enforcement, you would know that they only use law enforcement as a strategy in like Oceania and Southeast Asia, and a little bit Central Asia, but not so much in other regions. So we can still like the regional difference from region by region, and that's the data could tell us. So, I mean, the explanation could be that because the United Front Work Department, they are building up all this network, no matter which country you are. So they're always using United Front Work network to reach the politician, to reach the the officials from MOFA, and make sure they have some connection. I mean, that's a basic strategy they love to deploy. And originally, I mean, the best strategy that China loves to deploy is using economy as the power. But however, because I mean, during the pandemic, China is a little bit weakening in economic, so that's why they, I mean, have more symbolic words through foreign policy, or using, I mean, domestic politics as the domain that they really want to focus on. So the last thing that I want to mention here is that we talk about the difference between each countries. We talk about the regional difference. And then we want to like go back to the 99 indicators, that all these questions that our index committee created. Because among all these questions, we could divide these questions into 3 different layers: the pressure, the exposure, and the effect. And the logic is that, so let me take media as an example. So if we ask whether in your country the media company has been invested in by China, or even China owned the media company in your country, that's the question about exposure. Right? And then if we ask the questions about whether the journalist in your country has been harassed or threatened by China, and that would be the question of pressure. And sometimes we ask the questions about whether the reports, the media reports from your country in crucial moments, does that align with Chinese propaganda? And that will be the effect questions. So with all these 99 indicators, we could categorize all these questions into 3 different types. And the reason we did that is because, let's take the US as an example again. If we are using, if we look into all these different layers, it would have this, the graph like this. US has been exposed to China quite a bit, like 41%, but got lots of pressure from China, which is 91%. I think it's the top in the, in the whole countries we measured. But only have fewer effects. So the shape and trajectory would like this. And the reason we're having this graph is like we can look into whether there's any country look like the US, and which means that China is deploying the same strategy against all these countries. So we're not using region as the divider. We're using these 3 different layers as a divider to see whether we can group all these countries in a very different way. And I think that's it's not maybe not a better strategy, but that's a strategy that we can really deconstruct, or to look into the logic of Chinese influence operation. So let's see. There are like several countries look like the US in the top left corner. Australia, Sweden, UK, Japan, United States, they all look the same, right? Some sort of exposure, lots of pressure, but fewer effects. But also we can have other countries like Cambodia. Right? They got little bit of exposure, but almost like 0 pressure, or like less than 10%, but got lots of effects in that countries. So that's how we could like grouping all this country into 6 or 7 different clusters. And we all have all this data because our data is transparent. It will be online. It's already online. You can download it. You can play with this, with all this data, and you can see whether you can dig into to look into the logic of Chinese influence operation. And the other thing that I want to mention here is that we can also find if there's any correlationships between all these different factors. And this is just like math, but if it's above 0.5, it means that we got strong relationships. So here's the result. We found out that there's a correlationships between exposure and effect, which means that if one country has been exposed to China more, the more effects we've seen. Right? But it's just a correlationship. We're not suggesting that there's a causal relationship. And the funny thing here is that the pressure. There's almost like no correlation between the pressure and effect. And sometimes if the country got more pressure from China, sometimes they got less effect, for this influence operation, meaning that pressure might not be an ideal approach for China, but they're still using that. right? And I mean, the possible explanation could be that maybe the department over there does not really aware of this kind of ineffectiveness. That could be one explanation. But the other explanation that we provided in our report might be that sometimes they pressure other countries, just wants to stabilize their inner society. So they don't really care about there's any beneficial outcome from all this pressure effect. They only care about whether they could stabilize its own society with all this pressure imposed. Okay, so this I think is a very interesting findings that we got. And sorry, I said it was the last thing I want to mention, but I just realized there's one more thing. So one more thing is that, is there any way, because we're providing all this China index data, and we're going to update it annually, but can we use this data as a predictor, or can we predict or foresee the future trend of Chinese influence operation, right? Because we need an alert system. We really want to look into what China wants to do in the future, right? So we think, so comparing our data to other data provided by other organizations, we found some interesting results. First, the PRC imports as percentage, which means that if we see there's more PRC imports in certain countries, and we find more influence in our ranking. So the investment by China could be a predictor of the future trend of Chinese influence operation. And we also look into the FDI, the foreign direct investment from China. This is provided by AEI. We found the correlation between this index and the ideology cluster, academia, society, and media. So I'm not saying that, China is investing the academia and society and media, but still, with all this index combined, we might say that investment by China is still a good predictor for us to see whether there's more and more influence operation in certain country. And also, lots of people might imply or argue, especially the researchers or scholars, saying that the size of Chinese diaspora might be important for us to predict or to talk about Chinese influence operation. And it's only partially true when we look into the domain of society, but not so much in other domains. So we really need to know why. We know that they might use Chinese diaspora as a leverage, but why does not that reflect on our data? And that's something needs to be, to be discussed. And the other thing, this is the last thing that I want to mention, is that we already talked about the pressure approach implemented by China, and it's quite ineffective. But we could look into the data and see which country got more pressure from China. And we found out that if the country got higher GDP or GDP capita, they actually got more pressure from China. And then if the country got less corruption, and then they got more pressure on China within our data. So that's quite interesting. And the last thing here is that if they're pressured by China, they dislike China more. So that's something that maybe China really wants to think about, right? So that pretty much ends this presentation. But I just want to say thank you so much for all the regional partners and local experts that help us to do all this analysis or the data collection. But because we only, I think 82 countries is like a lot, but still there are like more countries here in the world that have not been measured. So all the conclusions that we made are still tentative. We still need more data to prove whether A causes B, whether there's any correlation between B and C. And with more data and with more experts joining this project, I think that would be the best way for us to talk about Chinese influence operation. Because we all the audience, or all the researchers among the CITW groups, we are talking about Chinese influence operation like all the times. But we need some objective standard, right? We cannot just say, hey, we're so influenced by China, but how serious is that? We need to measure that in an objective way, and we can start from that. So for example, if Taiwan is so influenced in the domain of media, we should look into other countries that are not influenced in the domain of media and got some experience from that country. And that's we could collaborate. And that's, I think, democracy could succeed. And so I think that ends my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
And so Puma often doesn't need an introduction because he's so formidable, so that's why I completely forgot his biography. So, very quickly, Dr. Puma Shen is the chairperson of Doublethink Lab, vice president of the Taiwan Association for Human Rights, and has focused heavily on disinformation and local tracking of privacy violations, and has published several papers regarding Chinese information operations in Taiwan and the US. So, next, I'd like to invite our CITW network researchers who contributed to the China Index. And in the interest of time, I'll be providing a shortened biography, but you can find the full-length biographies in the media kit. And so first we have Shazeb Jalani. Shazeb Jalani has spent more than 2 decades reporting to and from Pakistan from global news organizations. He is based in Karachi, and where he is co-host of a leading current affairs program on Dawn News TV. He also currently leads media and journalism training workshops at the Center of Excellence in Journalism at the Institute of Business Administration in Karachi. So please welcome Shazeb Jalani.
When I started working on this project from Pakistan, I had a sense that Pakistan will figure higher on the list, but I did not expect it will be right at the top. And that's why these kind of research activities are important, because they help quantify and give you a sense of the relationship. So I knew that Pakistan is going into a tighter embrace with China, but again, I didn't realize how tight of an embrace it is. So during the course of answering those 99 questions, I obviously became aware of many things I hadn't thought about, even though China is crucial to Pakistan now. For decades, Pakistan was in the US camp, our military cooperation, our economy. We look to the West because Pakistan is a parliamentary democracy. Our people naturally have fought for their freedoms, and that is why we draw that inspiration from the West. But as the relationship kind of started to go sour over the last 10 years, Pakistan gravitated towards China. And with the BRI, which is called China-Pakistan Economic Corridor in Pakistan, which is the flagship of BRI, over the last 10 years, China has invested billions and loaned billions to Pakistan, building ports, dams, coal power plants, road network. And that is why in Pakistan, the overwhelming opinion is in favor of China. Pakistanis resent the West because they feel that during the times when we were supposed to be allies of the West, we were constantly scolded publicly for being cheaters, backstabbers, betraying, taking their money but not really performing and doing our job. And so for countries like Pakistan and many other countries that we've looked at, you always hear that beggars can't be choosers. But I think I've realized now that sometimes even beggars like to be treated with a bit of respect. And the sense in Pakistan is that that wasn't happening. With China, the relationship has been relatively stable, even before BRI, and it is growing. So, when you talk about, when we are looking at, for example, how People's Republic of China may be coercing, pressurizing, dictating, that is not the experience in Pakistan, and it may be odd. I'm sure they're doing it in other countries, but in Pakistan, the public perception is, always with a lot of respect, and it's a dignified relationship. For me, this index is hugely important because it provides us a framework to assess a relationship, which is not done in Pakistan, because you're told, be grateful that China is investing, because our traditional partners call us terrorists and whatnot, but China doesn't treat us that way. But I think these questions are crucial, looking at the PRC's influence in Pakistan, because I wouldn't want to see Pakistan end up in the same place 5 years, 10 years down the road, that because of dependency, because of over-reliance on China, that we turn around and we start blaming China for bringing us to the situation. And that is why questions should be asked. So when we look at influence, the thing I like about China Index is that it is trying to quantify influence, but it is not passing a judgment. If influence is growing, is it good or bad? That only a nation can answer, and their people can answer. Do they appreciate it or not? And so for me, this offers a framework, and I'm hoping that in Pakistan, people will use this, the civil society will use it, the journalists will use it to ask more questions. I already am I've started working on journalistic pieces, looking at Chinese investments, what do they mean for local people, the animosity there is in some places. So I think in that way, this is a big contribution. And I will just kind of leave it at that, and we'll be happy to answer any more questions during the Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, and up next we have Dr. Martin Thorley. Dr. Martin Thorley has a research background in the study of elites and international relations with a particular emphasis on China. And his PhD thesis explored elite relations between China and the United Kingdom during the 2000s and 10s. And his research has now broadened to the impact of capitalization, financialization of international relations. So please welcome Martin Thorley to the stage.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. So first of all, thank you to China and the World for allowing me to be part of the project. I think it's been fascinating, and hopefully that will come out in the course of my talk. So I worked with 3 local experts to complete the UK part of the index. What I'm going to do now is go into the general project, speak a little about that, and then I'm going to go into 3 elements of the UK just to explain a little and give a little bit of colour to it. In short, I think that one of the main reasons this project, this index, is useful is because increasingly in the case of the UK, we know the what, right? We know what's happening. You look in the British media, there's increasing consciousness about it. I think this index helps in terms of the how and the why, and that's good. And it's not only in the case of the UK, that's going to be in a number of countries here. So I think this is a great idea because it addresses quite an important problem. You can look at linkages and indeed illicit, dangerous, nefarious linkages between various countries, UK and the US, for example, even with Germany, going to other regions. I think it's particularly important in terms of China because with these other examples, usually there is existing research going on. There is often a pretty strong media that looks into it. It often comes out. You see that in the case of the US, for example, the US and Europe in general. A really robust academic debate, robust discussion of history, okay? And it's not always friendly, but it's robust and it's useful. In the case of China, over the last 30 years particularly, we see transnationalization. Okay, and there's increasing linkages abroad. But when we look over toward China, it's still something of a black box. That is a problem at the center that really needs to be addressed. And that's what this project goes some distance to addressing. I think there's always a balance. One of the aspects I like about the project is that you can now compare. We can compare between countries. There are general metrics in the middle. There's a price of generalization, and to give an example, in terms of the UK, there are very specific linkages in finance, which you'll be aware of, City of London. Because the metrics have to cover a number of countries, you're going to lose a small amount of detail there. However, that's a small price to pay for a project that is a really strong net positive. Also, and I think really in its favour, it's constantly going to be refined and developed. Right, so there's a flexibility there as well, and that's one of the reasons I was really attracted to getting engaged with this. So I think it's going to be useful for researchers like me in the fact that it's a pool of data for interesting cases. It's interesting for journalists. It raises individual cases which perhaps sometimes require further investigation. It demonstrates some trends, and it also provides some useful context for stories and various pursuits that they might be looking at. Finally, I would also add that for some of the same reasons, I think it might well be useful to policymakers too. Okay, let me delve into the UK specifically. You have the spider map here. You can get an idea, a sense of it. I'm just going to talk very briefly indeed about 3 points, and then you can come back to me afterwards if you wish. So the local level engagement was a slightly bigger feature than we anticipated. If we look at the metrics here, I think that comes through in the domestic politics results. Extrapolating from those results, which is what many of you will probably want to do when you look at the data here, we felt that there was, to some degree, that comes down to the David Cameron, George Osborne push. Now, what's a good example here of what comes up in the data that might be useful for many of us is that a lot of the result of that push was at national level, and some of that is being dealt with now. If you look at the UK and you see the scene, what this suggests is that there was also encouragement at local level, which we know, but while there's been pushback or pullback on the national level, that architecture is still there at local level. That's a really fascinating point. It's going to be something that perhaps we need to go into in more detail, but just to have that there as a little flag is useful. But also, just to add on that, I think that's an area where we're going to have some usefulness in terms of the next incarnation, because when we start having this over 2 and then 3 and then 4, and we can compare year by year, we can start to look if there are trends, and that's also going to be something that's extremely useful and probably going to be quite interesting as well. Moving quickly on, academia. So it's not really a huge surprise that there are strong links there and strong influence exposure in terms of academia, but it is useful in terms of providing the data and in terms of comparison. Now, though it demonstrates significant exposure, I think that this sort of eliminates any uncertainty, if you like, and it also shows where particularly we should be looking. If anything, and just to illustrate to those who are interested in the mechanics of the project, we feel we were slightly conservative on this, working with the local experts, because we always erred on the side of conservatism. We didn't want it to be too exaggerated. So on question 7, we had an issue with, is there PRC funded trips to the PRC for scholars in the UK? Well, that's very likely, but it's extremely difficult to extract the precise reasoning if it's not part of an academic project. So we didn't go with that one. So if the results you can see, I doubt very much you'd see exaggeration. It's sort of a basic core. Then we build on that. And also, I think we are starting to see movement in terms of academia in the UK. Last year, for example, there was a report from King's College London on managing the risks of academic engagement with China. A project like this will help in moving forward with that sort of report and that sort of question that is beginning to be asked. There are also significant issues ahead, and again, this is where I think the context will be useful, both in terms of policy making and in terms of probably reporting on future issues. Just to give an example, the sector in general obviously has a lot of issues. Dependency comes up a lot, but also there's going to be potentially individual flare points. So we would see, for example, and we've already seen to some extent, the issues of risks to Hong Kongese students from PRC students on campuses. Okay? There'll be a number of issues like this, of this nature. There's also risks to PRC students themselves. And so this will help with that. Final point, just to touch on media. This was higher than anticipated. I think it's something to delve into. And I think when we looked at this, it alludes to, again, the golden era, or so-called golden era of UK-Chinese relations. It also apparently, from the results, nods to non-traditional media. So, for example, PRC links with online influencers. And also, finally, the traditionally overlooked Chinese language media in the UK, which is, again, something that it suggests we need to be more cognizant of. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
All right, and we will have Sorin Ionita next. And Sorin Ionita is the president of the Expert Forum, a think tank based in Bucharest, working on good governance and rule of law. And he is also a consultant on public administration reform with the European Commission, Council of Europe, World Bank, and other international organizations. So please welcome Sorin to the stage here.
Can I have control over this thing? How should I move it further? Ah, the big one.
Back. Oh, here we go.
No, that's funny. But I don't have my slides here. Yeah, okay. So let me go back to the Ukraine. Okay, thank you very much. I am not Ukrainian, obviously, but in my organization we coordinated this research with Double Think for 5 countries, and these are Romania, Moldova, Ukraine, Italy, and the Netherlands. Thank you very much for that. So, and I also beg a little bit of mercy in the Q&A session because I'm not actually an Ukraine expert, but I'm trying to explain to you why do we have this spider chart and why do we have these scores, which are very interesting. And my first message is Ukraine is a very interesting case, but also a fast-moving case because of obvious reasons, the war that is going on now in the country. And what you see here is just a flash picture of a fast-changing situation. Actually, on many of the 99 indicators, Ukraine looks like different countries. And the watershed moment is, of course, February this year, February 22, when the second stage of Russian aggression started. So this is my main message, fast-changing situation. And second, there are 3 dimensions where the links were and in a way still are strong between Kyiv and Beijing. And you see their economy and technology on the one hand. The other is on ideology propaganda, to refer to the clusters that our colleagues. And the third is strategic foreign policy in the capitals. And very quickly, can I have the slide? No. Okay. Very quickly, you have to know that before this war, as early as last year, for Ukraine, China was a main trade partner, both in terms of imports and exports, and I have a chart for that. China is heavily invested in agro-food industry, so actually they lease land, they invested in processing food. They are also interested in transportation. There was substantial talk about this BRE project, and some actually started to function before the COVID. You know, the rail corridors, you know, north of the Caspian and the Black Sea. The harbors are very important, both because the Chinese wanted to take the produce out of Ukraine, and we are talking here about Odessa, Mykolaiv, Mariupol harbor. So these are names with a certain resonance. And the second vector of influence, and probably it's a little bit less known, it's a legacy issue. It's a defense industry of Ukraine. Which was partly inherited from the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union was actually the creator of the Chinese army in terms of equipment and weapons of personnel. So again, I have a chart there, and probably we can put it after this talk, where you see that Ukraine is actually one of the main providers, or was last year. We don't know. This war is going to change many things in the economy, in the chains of value. But last year was second or third in terms of supply of defense systems to China, actually. So Chinese army relies very much for parts and maintenance services on the Ukrainian defense industry. And this is not very well known, actually. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen because the Ukrainian defense industry is very much upside down, but they will adjust in some way. The second vector of influence is propaganda. And again, we have a very interesting situation, or had a very interesting situation until February, where actually you had a big party in Ukraine, actually the second party in the 2019 elections, was a pro-Kremlin party, openly pro-Kremlin. One of the leaders was this interesting character, Viktor Medvedchuk, a close confidante of Mr. Putin. Actually, Putin is a godfather of one of his daughters, so this kind of relationship, but this guy is in oil and media mogul, actually. So he financed a party which had representation, was the second party in the Ukrainian parliament, the Rada. He had media operations, he had infiltration, he financed separatism in Donbass, and this guy was part of domestic politics until February. Then he went into hiding, he was arrested later on by the services, taken into custody, then exchanged for some prisoners from Mariupol with intermediation of Turkey. I mean, I really hope Netflix is preparing, you know, a series about these guys, because no, these are very colorful characters. Where I want to get is Ukrainians after February have banned his party, have taken down all these channels, platforms, influencers. Actually, they are illegal under the law now. So most of the Chinese propaganda, which was piggybacking on the Kremlin propaganda, is now out. It was very much present before February because they shared a lot of narratives, as we were discussing yesterday in the panels. Anti-West, everything which is Nazi blamed on the United States because those were the Nazis. Actually, the whole conspiracy about the germs and biolaboratories, which is an old mainstay of KGB and Soviet propaganda from the early 50s, actually. Secret laboratories all over the place in US, in Georgia, now in Ukraine. So it's nothing new, actually, but it's served very well Xi Jinping purposes, actually, in terms of propaganda. Now, everything is out because it's banned in Ukraine. So in this way, we have different countries, you know, and the level of influence. Oh, we have here the importance of Ukrainian defense industry for supplying China. This guy is Mr. Medvedchuk, first in the good times, and then this year when he was arrested. Now he's safely into Russia because he was exchanged by Mr. Putin. And then you can, there's one more slide, so you can put the other one as well. And oh no, there's no more slides. So we have this fallout. Oh yes, we have this fallout in terms of propaganda, in terms of economy, because the war is going to change a lot of things. Most of the Chinese agro-investments are in the eastern parts and the southern parts, and the agro-processing industry was in Mariupol. So does it ring a bell, Mariupol? There's nothing here. The city was annihilated, actually. And then the influence has very much been reduced. This is a very illustrative case, a very important investment that was supposed to take place. Skirizon is a Chinese company which wanted to buy Motor Sich, which is a very important defense industry enterprise. A Soviet legacy again, but the Ukrainians developed it further. It is very important. It was located in Zaporizhia. Now we don't know where it is, and they produce helicopter engines, rocket engines. Probably they diversified into drones. We don't know because now this production is spread around. So a few years ago, there was serious discussion and some memorandum signed with Kyiv to buy it by this Chinese company. Then the Ukrainian judiciary blocked it. Then the government moved and said, no, probably we don't want to sell it. This year, very recently, Zelensky said finally, no, we don't sell it. And they nationalize it, actually. The Chinese partner is very displeased, so to speak. In October, there were arrests by the Ukrainian intelligence services of the CEO of the Ukrainian company for spying and for disclosing industrial secrets to Russia and probably to China as well. And this is where the situation is now. And you see this page from Global Times, the Chinese daily, from November, which illustrates very well the position of the probably Chinese authorities. They are not very happy at all with this nationalization. So the relations are in flux. And now they are going very much down. However, and this is my last point, in spite of this fallout,
in diplomacy, in politics, in propaganda, in economy and trade, there still we can see right now a very cautious diplomatic ballet between President Zelensky and Xi Jinping. On the one hand, obviously Zelensky doesn't want to annoy Xi Jinping very much because they don't want to push them further towards Putin. It was clear this year. This is how we explain, they still keep a lot of memoranda which are signed years ago. This is how we explain the vote at the United Nations on the Xinjiang issue, right, where Ukraine abstained. And on the other hand, there are declarations from Minister Kuleba, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, that they can still see a role for third-party countries in the reconstruction. And this is a keyword for China and probably Turkey. A sign that they still need, I mean, the need of reconstruction is so high that they still see a role. Of course, we had the Marshall Plan, UN, the European Union and the Americans, but they know, Ukrainians, that this will come with stringent tax, good governance clauses, there will be transparency, while the need is so high that they still see a role for Chinese companies to take part and probably Chinese financing to take part. The estimates for the reconstruction, the cost of reconstruction is approaching very rapidly $1 trillion, which is more than the total of BRE projects, actually, and still counting in Ukraine, right? So it's really huge, and they will need things to be done very quickly, and probably they see a role for it. And this is why, and this is my last sentence, you will continue to see this strategic ambiguity both in Kyiv and in Beijing towards Ukraine, that they want to have a further relationship which is still undefined. This is how we can explain, the scores, but keep in mind that what we see now, the spider chart, is just a flash picture. The situation is evolving rapidly, and I'm looking forward actually to the reiteration of the exercise next year and see where Ukraine goes. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Didi Kirsten Tatlow up next, and she is a senior fellow at the Asia program at the German Council of Foreign Relations in Berlin and a senior non-resident at Project Synopsis in Prague. So please welcome Didi. I can see she's waving at me.
So thank you, Ayman, and thank you, everyone. It's great to be here. One brief fix, if I may. I'm no longer at the German Council on Foreign Relations. I'm now at Newsweek, where I'm in the investigations team, which is a new team that's being built up. So I'm back in journalism. So Germany, yes, we're in Germany. And I think that really the thing about Germany that's important, apart from being the country itself with a large industrial base, if you like, which is globalized, heavily globalized, is also that it's in some ways the center of the European Union. There's a lot of weight here for the EU, and Germany pushes quite a, if I may say so, Germany first policy in the EU. It's quite ruthless in pushing its interests through from time to time. It's not the only country, I'm sure, to do that. And I once asked a retired diplomat, after I arrived here in 2017 from Beijing, I asked, what does China actually want from Germany? And he gave a very good answer. He said, China wants Germany to deliver Europe to China. So to me, that's really kind of guided, a lot of the way I've sort of seen it and thought about what's going on here. And there's often something said that Germany's ties with China are extensive, both wide and deep. This is also true. They are wide, they are deep, in all areas, really. There's been a huge build-up phase over the last decades, close friendship even, a lot of training. Germany's whole vocational model, for example, a vocational skills model is something that China's very interested in. What are they going to do with all those graduate students, university graduates? So, and that's a fact. The third point then really is that it is indeed, despite all that depth and breadth, it's also a fluid situation right now, as others have noted. things are changing, shifting. Perceptions here are shifting. There's been quite a dramatic change in German terms. Things tend to move relatively slowly here. I wouldn't quite say glacial pace, but a little bit. But by German terms, things have been changing here. They've been shifting as various, often in response to changes, political changes in China, and also in response to revelations of certain kinds in politics, in economics, pressures being made public, etc. So the mood has, definitely soured quite a bit. The Chancellor currently is, and the Chancellery is pushing back against a lot of that pressure. And the government is really quite split at this point. You will know the recent Hamburg deal. Perhaps you heard of Costco acquired a stake in Hamburg in operations of one terminal in Hamburg port. And against the advice of 6 of the government's ministries, the Chancellery decided to go ahead with a deal. Shrunk, but still it happened. So that's quite a statement, I think, and will probably be figuring in the next version of the report, because that's critical infrastructure. So having said all that, just some details maybe. I wanted to point to academia, economy, and media, and also a tiny bit about military. So academia, really, really, again, deep and wide contacts. There will be more coming out about this, but we've had some recent investigations here, and they really show immense contacts between China's research ecosystem and Germany's own very extensive research ecosystem, which is not just university-based, but is based in many of these institutes here in Germany, which are really world famous. I mean, you think about the Max Planck, you think about the Fraunhofer, the Leibniz, Jülich, DESY. There are many. I mean, there are hundreds of really great institutes here. A pretty big research nation, I'd say, Germany. And for decades, connections have been building. And some of the joint projects and joint researches have been in very sensitive areas. Now that, I think, is also coming under scrutiny, and there'll be more about that. So in the academic field, there is a real issue in terms of influencing and cooperation. One thing that's very important that I wanted to highlight is economy. So you might be looking at this and going, wait, Germany, industrial sort of nation, industrial base, why is the economy score so low? That's a great question. And I think it has to do really with the way that the economic issue with Germany is very much focused on certain core companies, key companies, very, very big conglomerates. And some of that didn't really reflect in the nature of the questions that were asked, and therefore the responses that were given. And it may be that going forward in this wonderful kind of like fluid sort of iterative process that we're involved with here with this survey, with this index, is that we can perhaps think about or talk about tweaking some of the questions perhaps to reflect more the things you need to know about certain parts of the world, because certain parts of the world will have different kinds of economy. So, for example, one of the reasons that Germany has a lower than expected economic score is because one of the questions is, for example, is more than 50% of your nation's debt owned by China? Well, no, So there are sort of issues like that which are to do with the whether your answer depends on the questions that get asked, and I think that then also illustrates how this index is maybe more about being a vehicle for further granular analysis, as Puma showed so interestingly at the beginning, rather than being a kind of a top hit score, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 like that. No, I think this is this top outward data, the score, the simple score, if you like, 19, is really just a vehicle for looking further deeper into the data. So I don't want to take up too much more time. Media, briefly, higher than one would expect. This is to do with the Chinese language media, the diaspora media, which is very little known about in Germany, but is extensive, flourishing, and is often connected through to business of all kinds. So tourism, import, export, you name it, ties to the diplomatic system as well. So again, perhaps less than the German language media, that's lessening. There did used to be quite a lot of influence, paid advertisements, also a new type of advertisement I found, which was actually written by Xinhua journalists as a regular news piece, but the word Xinhua never appeared anywhere on it, just the names of the journalists and an address in Beijing. And that ran in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, so in FAZ. And that was a bit of a interesting one. So things like that. And then just really, really briefly at the end, military. So not too much there, but I wanted to highlight the issue of these so-called police stations that's been popping up recently. Very, very interesting. I've myself identified 5 here in Germany, and they all originate from one public security bureau in China, Li Shui. And so again, you could say very low military security nexus, that's correct, but perhaps going forward we would need to ask this question or have this question in there. Are there any, overseas police, are there any police proxies of China in your country? Is that happening? And that would probably be a really interesting question to add in there because it would up the score in that area. So I'll stop there. Any questions later on, very happy to take. Thank you.
So I'll actually have all the panelists come up on stage for the Q&A. Oh, stay there. Yeah. Perfect. So I believe if you have a question, please raise your hand. We have a microphone in the back.
Oh, hi, and this is Nadia Chow with the Radio Free Asia. A question for Didi, for the overseas police station now, starting to become a topic that people pay attention. In your finding, do you see, what's their function? Local authority aware of their existence? I think something really puzzles that how it even happened. The sovereign country allow that. And another question for Soren. I think you mentioned many interesting, development in Ukraine. Do you see that even after the war ended, there is a big incentive for Ukraine to reinforce or rebuild their relationship with China? Will they see China influence as a positive one? Thank you.
So thanks for that. On the police stations, it seems that every single head of one of these 5 that I've been able to identify so far, and considering that they all come from one place in China, one PSB in China, I assume there might be more, is also a member of the China National People's, Peaceful Reunification Council. So and that is, of course, a core sort of United Front organization, political warfare, getting into that territory. And so I think that there's a very clear connection showing there. As to whether the local authorities know about it, I kind of doubt it quite a bit. I don't think they do, probably, because just like so much of this stuff is happening in plain sight but hidden, and that's partly the fault of the host countries, because we're just not looking closely enough, and when we do see something, we don't recognize what it is. We're kind of, a bit sort of stupid in that way. Hopefully that process will start to get better. As above all, I think this has to be an awareness creation process. But I want to say, before I hand over to Ukraine, one very interesting fact that I have discovered about this these police stations here is that one guy who claims to be a volunteer at a so-called police station, a proxy police station, actually came to Germany via Ukraine. So he went to Ukraine, asked for asylum, and then didn't get it in Ukraine, and then ended up in Germany doing the same, and says he's a volunteer, and he is currently being investigated by the Dutch and the German police for harassment.
Yes, if I can follow up just a little bit on these secret police station things. For example, in Romania, it's just broken out 2 days ago that there is such a case. We didn't know about it when we calculated. We'll factor in it next year. It's not exactly a secret police station, but it's a memorandum signed by some stupid guys from a local government in Romania, so a rural local government, but near Bucharest, with the non-Tong police and the Ministry of Security in Beijing. And obviously they didn't know what they were signing. It was a memorandum of cooperation where the stupid guys from the mayor, actually, of commune, he was asking for better equipment from China to install on the streets because they always ask for money. You know? And what is interesting is this commune is where near Bucharest, is where most of the Chinese diaspora is concentrated in Romania. There's a big shopping mall, real estate project, and they live there. We have a study on this diaspora. It's very diverse in terms of provenance from China, dialects. A lot of them are Christian and just came to Europe, you know, to practice their faith. And obviously the interest of the Chinese part in this memorandum is to keep an eye on them. So not primarily on Romanian citizens, but on diaspora. And to infiltrate them because the embassy cannot. They are very cool towards the embassy. So they try to find all ways. So you will not find probably, and this is a situation in many countries, I guess, you know, countries of second importance for China, like Romania, where they don't invest a lot of effort. It's below the radar. It's not big BRE projects. It's not big political relations with the government, but they come at the local level and they try, you know, to create these small links with local elites to pursue their interests. And even if they don't have a police section with Chinese personnel, they try to use the local police, which is not national police in Romania, so local civil servants, to do their job, actually, which is even more crazy, if you ask me. And about Ukraine, well, you asked me to forecast where the relation will go after the war, you know, stops. And there are a lot of ifs and buts, and it's really difficult to make such a prediction. But as I said, even now, we see this attempt from Kyiv actually to keep a reasonable relationship with Beijing because first, they don't want to antagonize Xi Jinping very much, to start him to really help Russia, which he didn't so far. It was just rhetoric. And second, they know they will need these big Chinese companies and the Silk Road projects in transportation because these are advantageous, actually. And some of them even make economic sense, like these railways to bring wares into Central Europe. What's going to be, how's going to play out, what's going to be the pressure from the West, actually, to cut the links. Anyway, I don't see any continuation of the smart city, Huawei type of investments in Ukraine because they were on the list before. You know, they were very big. Even this summer, they were still discussing all these memoranda. I think these are dead. I mean, I don't see 5G in Ukraine after the war with Chinese partners. No way, no way. But, you know, normal transport, economic trade relationship without strategic implications. So no key infrastructure, but normal trade, why not? What's going to happen with the defense industry is a very interesting question. But it depends very much on the result of the war.
Okay, so just for our participants here, any questions about the methodology, we do ask that you ask offline or contact myself or David, just as those are questions with very, very long answers, and we want to make sure we get to all our questions. We do have one question online.
Yeah, this is from Yutong Su, with a reporter for Radio Free Asia. And he or she is talking about a case of a former EU diplomat called Gerhard Sabatil, who also lobbied for Huawei in European political circles and then founded an organization called China Bridge with a lot of funds coming from Chinese companies. Yutong knows that China's infiltration of overseas political circles is also in the research field of DD, as well as other experts. And so they'd like to ask, how serious is the situation of the CCP's infiltration of political circles or former politicians in Germany and EU countries? And are the laws against the agents of the CCP in Germany and EU weaker than the laws in the United States?
So thank you. The China Bridge and Sabatil are kind of two different issues. So Gerhard Sabatil is a former EU diplomat who was the Domestic Security Service raided his home and office in Berlin just over a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, on suspicion of sort of basically going in the direction of espionage suspicions. So now nothing came of that, but there are questions bubbling, shall we say, and it's probably good if I don't say too much. In public, there was a Huawei connection, there was lobbying going on for that company, and various other things. He then got a lot of support and backing from politicians down in Bavaria, one of whom had a really bright idea not long ago to build a high-speed rail from Berlin to Moscow. Nothing happened with that one. Thank goodness, when you consider everything that's going on. So like we need that like a hole in the head. But with the China Bridge, or China-Brücke as it's called, is a real sort of thing that's continuing now. I think it's a absolute sign of political capture of the elite in Germany by the CCP. It was established by a former interior minister who is a CSU politician. That's the Bavarian sister party of the CDU, which is Angela Merkel's party. And it's basically a very high-level business, technology, politics, networking group that meets, I believe, once a month or twice a month in a Chinese restaurant, a very posh one in the Adlon Hotel in Berlin. So I'm just sort of, telling you the story here. And they push ties in all areas. So what's really important about them was that they were the Chinese partner when they launched, I think in 2019, was a member of the Politburo, very, very senior. And so it really wasn't an equal relationship, if you like, because the German politician, Hans-Peter Friedrich, was a deputy, if I get this right, he was a deputy sort of president or chairperson of the Bundestag, and there are several. And in that capacity, his so-called opposite number was Mr. Wang in Beijing, who was also, I think at the time, a deputy president of the NPC, but also on the Politburo, and a major figure in the propaganda system, has a long history working those jobs. So while on paper it seemed like a parallel, and that would be how things often work in diplomacy, your opposite number, etc. In reality, there was no equivalence whatsoever. And that's a very typical sort of thing that you will see. So yeah, the China-Brücke is going strong, and yeah, I mean, it is an example, an excellent example of elite capture, I think.
We'll take an in-person question next. Do we have any other?
Здравствуйте, дамы и господа. Я гражданка Казахстана. Слава Украине. Если вам не трудно с Украины, вы можете перевести. Я по бизнесу поехала в Восточный Туркестан, и меня задержали полиция. Я по национальности уйгурка, и была 1,5 года в концлагере. Вышла недавно. И там от 14 до 80 лет. Дети маленькие, все в кандалах. Я хотела бы попросить, как можно лагеря закрыть, концлагеря? Что вы можете сделать для уйгуров, которые в Восточном Туркестане? Там кровью плачут. И я была там. И по воле судьбы я вышла оттуда. Спасибо.
I will translate. This is a question to everyone in the panel. She is a camp survivor. She's a citizen from Kazakhstan, but of Uyghur ethnicity. And she was, as she testified yesterday, also interned in the camp and was able to leave after a lot of various tortures because she's a citizen of Kazakhstan. So I think it's a question to the entire panel, if there's anything you could do to help with this situation. How can you help?
Thank you for the question, actually, and it is an important issue right in the middle of these discussions. I think what we can do is to keep the issue vivid and to have it more clearly, although it was included among the indicators, so we will keep it among the indicators for the next iteration. And just to pay attention to it, and it's a very good test case for how countries position themselves. So for the foreign policy dimension, it is very important how they position themselves when a vote comes in the UN bodies, or how they define their relationship with Beijing in light of the treatment of minorities. And this is crucial. It's not just the Uyghur minority, but of course is one of the most dramatic cases of mistreatment of minorities by the PRC, actually.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for your testimony. I can't add too much to that. I just want to say that I think we take part in a program like this, in this index. Sometimes it can feel a little cold and sterile, but we do need that data, that information, and it helps. I think what we can do is remember and speak to and learn from people like you, because it ensures that we retain a human element, and that is absolutely vital. We try to do that, and we talk to one another, and we have other experts, and we combine, and where possible, we try to include direct testimony, and that's absolutely crucial. That will certainly shape going forward, and I'm sure we will, and as we have done already, try to continue and improve and widen the people we talk to, and then include a wider range of experiences. Thank you kindly.
Thank you for your question. Pakistan champions itself for the Muslim cause around the world, whether it is Palestinians or Kashmiris or Chechens, but it doesn't speak up for your community. Questions have been asked. Pakistani leaders, when they give interviews internationally, they are often asked about it, that how come you can turn a blind eye to this? They're your next door neighbors. In fact, in northern Pakistan, in Gilgit-Baltistan, there are descendants of your community who are married there, who are settled there. I wouldn't expect much from the Pakistani government, because in Pakistan we don't treat our minorities, religious minorities, very well. So Pakistan can't really raise it with the People's Republic of China. But because Pakistan is a parliamentary democracy and there is media, as journalists, questions have been asked, and they will be asked, whether the government likes it or not. I think in our own limited capacity, that's what we can do.
Yeah, so thanks again for the question, and still thanks for your courage, your testimony. And I believe in that because China is really good at, there are like 3 kinds of warfare that China really needs to, really tries to initiate. It's like psychological warfare, and public opinion warfare, and legal warfare. And what happens to especially Central Asia is the legal warfare. Because according to our data, the law enforcement is highly influenced in Central Asia. And one of the reasons why is that they're using this kind of law enforcement as a measure to arrest someone, even not in their own country, right? And they're even arresting Uyghurs in Japan. And also, it's not just Uyghurs, it's like the national security law there in Hong Kong. They're using this kind of like law enforcement to extend their influence operation. And I think because we do not pay enough attention, people always pay attention on disinformation, but it's not just disinformation. They're using the law as a measure to do this kind of stuff. And what we should do is that we're using this kind of index to raise the public awareness and let people understand this is something that we should counter. And that's one thing. And the other thing is that they're using lots of like bots and trolls, especially on YouTube channels, and creating all these videos saying that there's nothing happened there in East Turkestan, nothing happened there in Hong Kong. And because all these, like, for private and social media platforms, they're not paying the true attention on all these like trolls or channels on YouTube. And let's say, I think it's previously, like a month ago, when we create like a new accounts on YouTube and just click one video like created by CCP. And then we got 80% of the videos talking about how great East Turkestan right now it is, and there's nothing happening there. And that's the disinformation warfare we're facing off. So, I mean, because I focus more on information warfare, but what I could do is that we still using this kind of index and using the power we have and raise the awareness and let the people know what they're doing right now.
You know, I also want to echo what everyone else has said, and thank you deeply for your testimony. I think that with Germany, for example, we see a very cynical attitude in business. German companies are running factories in the Uyghur regions. Some very prominent German businessmen have even denied there are problems, or they don't know anything about problems. This was quite recently. The head of VW, Volkswagen, he's gone now. But and we have an ever-deepening industrial cooperation between Germany and China. BASF is opening a $10 billion chemical plant in Zhanjiang in Guangdong province, which is the headquarters of the South China Fleet. So if there's any trouble in the South China Sea, which China claims and has militarized, that's probably where most of the fighters will come from. Same port, very close by. So these are really deeply serious and deeply concerning issues. I think that one thing with the index that we hope to do is to establish beyond any doubt, to help establish beyond any doubt the facts of the situation. And that's why it's so important to keep doing this work, because you get a lot of pushback along the lines of, there's nothing happening, it's all fine, and we hear it every day in terms of influence or, abuses. And this is a way to demonstrate the reach of the CCP into the world and to show how it's happening and that it's really happening. And if you start just denying it, then you're actually kind of crazy at that point, I mean, you almost start to stray into the territory of, well, we've got the whole Holocaust denial issue here in Germany. That's a crime here. So we'll see where this goes. But I want to say really, really briefly that some years ago, Germany and Bavaria again deported a Uyghur man back to China. He disappeared after that. And it was an administrative error, and it was deeply appalling. But after that, they stopped, and there was reaction. It hasn't happened since. They've become quite good at extradition to Hong Kong was frozen the minute after that state security law was passed in Hong Kong in June 2020. They are taking in asylum seekers. People from the Uyghur regions tend to get asylum. It's over 90%, 97 or something percent, I think, I might not have the figure quite right, are being granted asylum when they seek it here. That doesn't solve the problem, but these are very small things, perhaps, that happen around the edges that help.
She would like to add something, if possible.
Да, вы попросили доказательства. У меня есть письмо, которое, когда меня задержали, они дали домой в Казахстан, отправили письмо, что я террорист, террористический акт хотела совершать. Но когда я была в концлагере, они мне фамилия, имя поменяли и дали китайский паспорт. И мои дети, когда в ООН написали письмо, и они потом отпустили меня, сказали, что у меня никакой вины нету, суда ничего не было. Но за 1,5 года я преследовалась насилию. После этого как мне жить? Вы мне дайте ответ. Мне 58 лет. Мне с психикой ненормально. И мне что делать?
She would just like to say that, when she was detained, actually, as a Kazakhstan citizen, and she was visiting China for regular business, they actually accused her, and she has official paper that, according to a Chinese court, she was committing acts of terrorism. And that what is really appalling and also ridiculous is that her name was changed, and she was actually given a Chinese ID number as if she were a Chinese citizen, which she never was, because she's 4th generation Uyghur from Kazakhstan. So she just wanted to say that if you need facts for your research, she's always willing to provide it. Yes, so you can always talk to her. Thank you.
Я знаю концлагеря, у меня 2 концлагеря было. Потом я была в больнице, где органы берут. Я была там, где уколы ставят.
She has all the testimonies about organ trafficking, about rape, and about torture. So if you need proof, she's always willing to provide it. Thank you. Thank you. Ahmed.
And do we have any more questions before we wrap up the launch of our China Index? Well, thank you so much for joining us today. And do we have one more? Oh, sorry.
Yes, we have one more question from our online participant, and that is just questioning whether we can include in the future index some of the efforts by the PRC to beyond censorship, is actually using discourse, the power of discourse through cultural presentation, like museums, including Taiwan and Hong Kong and Tibet, whether we can, perhaps a question for Puma, whether this could be included in a future index, or if he's thought about that.
I think it's a great question, because we put all the cultural events, whether like cultural related questions, in the domain of society, but we only have 11 indicators for that society part. So that's why some sort of maybe education part or entertainment, some of them could not be all included in the questionnaire. That's number one. And number two is that sometimes certain strategy only apply to certain countries. So if that is not general enough, we didn't include that in our index. Otherwise, we'll just put several countries on the top because they have some sort of that questions. And then, but I mean, we already have the group meeting for all the regional partners a few days ago, and we're may add more new indicators, and we're going to modify some of the indicators that we might have. So I think that might be something will be considered. I mean, especially, for example, we talk about climate change, and then whether there's any relationship between the Chinese policy and climate change might also be included in this kind of domain. So that's one thing. And the last thing I want to talk about is that I saw also the online discussion. People talk about the methodology part, like who answered the question, like who reviewed the questions. So I mean, that's basically already on our website. So I won't talk into the details, but it's more about the regional partners. We'll try to recruit the local experts. I mean, in each country, and when the local experts answer the question, and sometimes regional partners, they are local experts, right? And then they will have another local experts to review the question. So that is the case. It's pretty much like a peer review. And people might questions that will be 2, will be 3, would be enough. And the thing is that even we have 5 we can find five local experts in that country, maybe only 2 of them qualified for answer that, and maybe only like 80% of them already received the fundings from China. So there's a limit to answer all these questions and review all these questions. That's our limit. So we'll try to help more, investigative journalists or any other scholars to have this ability to answer or to review the question. And also, we always keep our question related to facts. So it's not about opinion. So for example, we ask, how many cats are there here, maybe down street over there? That's a factual question. And then you can check the websites, and maybe the government reports talk about how many cats are there. But we don't ask whether these cats are cute or not. Right? I mean, they might be cute. I mean, all cats are cute, but still, that's not the questions we ask. So we try to limit this kind of bias, in our questionnaire. So that's the basic response to the methodology part.
Okay, and with that brings us to the end of our China Index 2022 launch. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. And another reminder that if you have any further questions or media queries, you can contact myself or David Green, who's in the back. Waving. All right, thank you, everyone.